Hello! What is up, everyone? Hello! Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Dr. Greg Show, September 19th, 2025. The #1 science show in the world. I think we can say that, guys. I don't think that there's anyone else. I think that's this. Who else can say that, huh? Nobody. Nobody. Welcome in, welcome in. Exactly, Helen. MB Humans here, Helen's here. Linda, how's it going? Nice to see you. All right. Let's chill this out in the background. Shaboom. Nice. Here we go. Well, we got some cool science news. Some cool. Hey, Skog, what's up, man? Got some awesome science stories to go over, as always. Learning a lot. Oh, thank you. Thank you, MB. Okay. All right, Linda. Good. Good. We got it. Linda's. I'm glad you high hopes. Oh, thanks, Skog. Thank you. Yeah, guys, I was thinking about like watching that on stream or something. I think it would be fun. I reposted it. So, and it's on my my story. Did a collab video. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool to get that that chance to do that. They reached out to me and yeah, it was really cool. It was 30 seconds, very hard. I had to debunk a myth, and then I wanted to show, you know, the paper too. I think I did okay with it, with showing my paper. Just the title and just the hey Kathleen, how's it going? Just the basic conclusions. You know, I didn't have enough time in 30 seconds to go through it. I edited down like 3 minutes of me just kind of like talking about it, and yeah, I thought it was good. It's tough when you're editing. That's a hard edit, man. 30 seconds is really tough, but it was fun. Hope you guys had a good day. We got some. Oh, Omar's in the house. What's up, man? Nice to see you. Oh, no, Scott. What were they saying? Oh no. Yeah. We can go over. Whoops. Not that. Let's see. How's it going, Omar? Yeah. Yeah, it's just nonsense, man. It doesn't exist, man. I mean, there's been several papers that went over the you know, aluminums and stuff for vaccines. And it just doesn't exist. I don't know what else to say. And usually it's like a FDA or pharmaceutical companies bought out and that kind of stuff, and you're like, well, this is different than that, right? This is outside of the FDA. This is outside of our pharmaceutical companies. This is just where are they from? They're in Denmark, and they're funding. Here, let's put it on the. Let's see here. Let's see. Hi, MB. How's it going? Let's see. Put it on this monitor. I'm still trying to figure out how I can put stuff on here. I do want to try. I have to do this. I have to do a really small amount. There it is. Okay. Hello. Hello, third monitor. Hello. Oh no, you guys can't see that. You don't want to see that. this, 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 this. Boom. Still learning. Still learning. All right, here's the paper though. Here's the main paper. The aluminum absorbed vaccines. Where's chat? There it is. So yeah, aluminum absorbed vaccines and chronic disease in childhood. Background: aluminum is used as an adjuvant. Adjuvant. Let's check that what that is real quick. I think it's a way that your immune system better responds to the vaccine. It's applied after initial treatment for cancer, especially to suppress. Here we go. A substance that enhances the body's immune response to an antigen. Right. So we are creating an antigen within the body. Then that's what the nucleic acids do. And DNA goes to RNA, and that's what you're creating, that antigen. And in pharmacology, an adjuvant. How do you pronounce this?
Adjuvant.
An adjuvant is a drug or substance or a combination of substances that is used to increase the efficacy or potency of certain drugs. Specifically, in terms they can refer to immunological adjuvant. In the early days of vaccine manufacture, significant variations in the efficacy of different batches of the same vaccine were correctly assumed by the contamination of the reaction vessels. However, it was soon found that more scrupulous cleaning actually seemed to reduce the effectiveness of the vaccines. And some contaminants actually enhanced the response. There are many known adjuvants in widespread use, including potassium alum, various plant and animal-derived oils, and virosomes. Interesting. They're phasing out the mercury-containing preservatives as well. Okay, that makes sense. Can you see it right now, NB Kami? I'm reading this right now. This right here. Adjuvants in immunology are often used to modify or augment the effects of vaccines by stimulating the immune system to respond to the vaccine vigorously. And assume can you guys see this? Let me just check. I don't think you're going to be able to see it like fully. There you go. There. Perfect. Okay, cool. Boom. The adjuvants accomplish this task. Okay, adjuvants in immunology are often used to modify or augment the effects of vaccine by stimulating the immune system to respond to the vaccine more vigorously, and thus providing increased immunity to a particular disease. Adjuvants accomplish this task by mimicking specific sets of evolutionarily conserved molecules, so-called pathogen-associated molecular patterns, which include liposomes, liposaccharides, molecular cages of antigens, and components of bacterial cell walls, and endocytosed nucleic acids such as RNA, double-stranded RNA, single-stranded DNA, and unmethylated CpG, which is CpG oligonucleotides, dinucleotide containing DNA. Because the immune system has evolved to recognize these specific antigenic moieties, the presence of an adjuvant in conjunction with the vaccine can greatly increase the innate immune response to the antigen by augmenting the activities of a dendritic cell, lymphocytes, or macrophages by mimicking the natural infection. Wow. So it would be like, okay, sorry guys. Yeah, it's the best I can do. You know what I mean? I honestly don't even having this on the screen is kind of like, I don't even know if it's necessary, to be honest with you. I really only wanted to do the videos, but I'm just trying to kind of like play around with it. Just trying to play. Okay, so basically what's happening is that it'd be like if you're wanting to detect if a race car is near, and you're like, you see there's no race car, but there's the pit crew, and there's the semi that brings the car. So there's a good chance that the pit crew that it's around. You know what I mean? It's there's other things. Yeah, exactly, guys. If you guys really want to follow on YouTube, is 100% better. So these are immune and evolved in order to recognize specific parts that go along with viruses that are not just viruses themselves. So antigens are things that the immune system looks at and says, hey, I need to make an antibody against this. And adjuvants are different parts that prime the immune system and say, hey, there's something here. We haven't found the race car yet, but we found the pit crew and we found everyone that down there, so we need to figure that out. Interesting, dude. That's so cool. I didn't understand it. Cool. Dude, so no wonder. That's a great thing. I always wondered why. So aluminum salts. There are many adjuvants, some of which are inorganic, that carry the potential to augment immunogenicity. The alum was the first aluminum salt used for this purpose, but has almost been completely replaced by aluminum hydroxide and aluminum phosphate for commercial vaccines. Aluminum salts are most commonly used adjuvants in human vaccines. Aluminum salts are the most commonly used adjuvants in human vaccines. Their adjuvant activity was described in 1926. That's amazing. The precise mechanism of aluminum salts remains unclear, but some insights have been gained. It was formerly thought that the function as delivery systems by generating depots that trap antigens on the infection site. What? Providing a slow release that continues to stimulate the immune system. However, studies have shown that the surgical removal of these depots had no impact on the magnitude of IgG response. Alum can trigger dendritic cells and other immune cells to secrete IL-1B, an immune signal that promotes antibody production. Oh, nice. Hey, Scott, how's it going, dude?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Good, man. I had no idea the actual mechanism an adjuvant was. That's
Yeah,
really
no,
cool.
me either. And quick question: do you know if I'm assuming because if you said it's aluminum salt, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then it would be positively charged. Do you think that has something to do with the virus as well? Do you think because it's because it's nucleic information, it would be negatively charged, so that's why they stick together?
That would probably be the yeah. So it's a cation, and then
Yeah.
this would be yeah. Since the hydroxyl groups, the phosphates are negatively charged. DNA is negatively charged. So yeah. I mean, that would probably be the depot hypothesis that they were talking about.
Oh, okay.
But maybe that doesn't seem to be part of it.
Yeah, I was only wondering because that kind of explains like in certain solvents like protic solvents or whatnot, like certain molecules would need a navigator, something to assist it to move through the
Mm-hmm.
whatever solution you have. um, and I was wondering if maybe that there's something similar to that in this aspect.
It does mention some DNA here. Spurred into action, the dendritic cells pick up the antigen and speed to lymph nodes, where they stick tightly to a helper T cell and presumably induce an immune response. A second mechanism depends on alum killing immune cells at the injection site, although researchers aren't sure exactly how alum kills these cells. It has been speculated that the dying cells release DNA, which serves as an immune alarm. Some studies found that DNA from the dying cells causes them to adhere more tightly to helper T cells, which ultimately leads to an increased release of antibodies by B cells. No matter what the mechanism, alum is not a perfect adjuvant because does not work with all antigens, e.g., malaria and tuberculosis. However, recent research indicates that alum formulated as a nanoparticle form rather than microparticles can broaden utility alum adjuvants and promote stronger adjuvant effects.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Squalene. Whoa, squalene has been used as a naturally organic compound used in human and animal vaccines. Squalene's an oil. That's cool.
That's
Adaptive.
interesting. And especially since this is like, I mean, this seems more. Did you say this? Would you say this is more like antibody and B cell related over T cells?
Dude, that's a really good question. My immunology is so bad, dude. I have no idea. Ducray, nice to see you. We're learning
Hey,
about the
Duke.
ingredients inside of vaccines. And one of them that in order to stimulate the immune response is an adjuvant. So that's what the aluminum is. And so yeah, dude, my human is so bad. My human biology knowledge is atrocious.
It's okay. I'm refreshing right now on that for the
Yeah.
MCAT, so I'm figuring it out.
Nice, nice.
So actually, another. Geez, I just lost my train of thought. It was actually about the same topic of someone the other day. Yeah. So on my life, someone was bringing up this idea about aluminum aggregating within the past the blood brain barrier and somehow getting stuck in the brain. And I said there's nothing I can literally find about this, you know? So like,
Yeah.
but they thought that therefore I can't disprove it, you know?
Yeah, they're probably
And
thinking that it's like it's just like a aluminum nanoparticle or something, and you're
yeah.
accumulating them. That's not what's happening. It's
And then
dissolved.
also
It's a
like,
dissolved cation. It's not.
yeah.
It doesn't exist as like an aluminum particle.
Well, it seems like it also, from what I read from just a quick overview, that aluminum gets oxidized so quickly, it's not going to react with the carbons in your body. It's going to get flushed out. It's going
Mm,
to be in the most stable state, right? Um, so it's going to get oxidized so quickly, so it's not going to react with anything that you need to worry about. And then this idea that it aggregates somewhere, like it compiles up. I was like, if you're so worried about that, then don't go outside. Like, don't go anywhere. Don't drink
yeah.
soda from a can. So it's like I'm not really sure what to say regarding that. Um,
It's a lot of people fear mongering, man. That are just they're not. Oh, here's an interesting thing. I mean, dude, if they're worried about all the safety nonsense, is it chelated? That's a great question. Is the aluminum
yeah,
chelated in
chelate as an organic chem
chelated?
chelated, or is
Yeah.
that another term for chelated? I'm really familiar with the metal ions with chelation in organic chem.
In adjuvants, aluminum is typically not chelated. This is the Google AI overview, but rather used in the form of aluminum salts, such as aluminum hydroxide or aluminum phosphate. These salts are solid particulate compounds, not dissolved metal ions bonding to a chelated agent. Okay, so I was wrong. So they are little particulate compounds. So you're right. So then they're oxidized or something, and they must be being broken down. Um, that's interesting. So it's a particulate, not chelated. Instead of being a soluble chelate, the aluminum in adjuvants is a solid particle. These particles serve as a depot for the vaccine's antigen, ensuring a slow, sustained release that prolongs the immune response. Okay.
Okay.
The
Wow.
absorption, not chelation. The antigens in the vaccine, e.g., protein components, bind to the surface of the aluminum salt particles through a process called absorption. The chemical processes of the aluminum hydroxide and aluminum phosphate particles make them very effective at binding to the antigen. Okay, here's the mechanism. The particulate nature of the aluminum adjuvant is critical to its function. It triggers a more robust immune response by one, creating a depot effect. The aluminum particles hold the antigen at the injection site. Wow, slowly releasing it over time to ensure continuous stimulation of the immune system. And then two, facilitating uptake by immune cells. These particles are easily engulfed by phagocytic immune cells like macrophages, which then present the antigen to other immune cells. Wow.
That's interesting. Doc, do you know if there's anything about the different salts? Like, do you think maybe the different types of salts they use of aluminum would have any impact?
There'd have to be. I think we got there's this I got a paper here. The mechanism of immunopotentiation and safety of aluminum adjuvants. So I think that they must have probably tried different ones.
Interesting.
It's a pretty highly sourced one.
That's awesome. Honestly, I had no idea. I never questioned it. I just assumed it was there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where I again, like I've been trying to not. I want to learn about it. I'm curious about them, but I'm not. I worry about spending too much time on this just because I'd rather spend time on like vaccine preventable diseases itself, you know. But I think it's interesting. I think but the problem is a lot of this stuff is like seen as and taken out of context by anti-vaxxers and stuff too.
Absolutely. I mean, another thing that we were able to work out and discuss on my live was regarding a individual who kept on saying that. Sorry, I forgot what it's called, but it's like the DTP vaccine, the DPT, diphtheria, pertussis, and what's the other one? Tdap. Yeah, sorry, I kept on saying bad words. Yeah, Tdap. Isn't there a newer version of the Tdap vaccine? Like there was an older one. There's like a more, I guess, novel version that replaced that one.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Either way, the data that we looked at, someone was misinterpreting it completely. They were saying that the whole article was just talking about how the newer version of the Tdap vaccine is far more effective than the previous one, and for whatever reason, this person was looking at the data and said, "This just proves that you shouldn't get the vaccine. The Tdap vaccine's evil and bad, and the statistics shows bad." Yeah, because the better option, the alternative, is the newer, more accurate or more effective vaccine. So they're just selectively reading. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Yeah, they can. So this paper has what you're talking about, aluminum adjuvants, and it has like the history of them. The first ones, how they were prepared, all the different types that have been tested. That's pretty cool.
That is interesting.
Formulation of antigens. You actually have the microscopy image here. That's kind of cool.
That is neat. So wait, do they clump together? Would you think the adjutants like clump together, or do they?
I guess so. I mean, they kind of have to. An aluminum phosphate adjuvant at the top, and then at the bottom, these images were obtained by. Okay, no, the top one, structure of the aluminum hydroxide adjuvant and the aluminum phosphate, the bottom. So it would have to be the first one. The hydroxide was what they were doing.
The reason I asked if they clump together is I wonder if that's also like a mechanism to kind of hold the.
Yeah, like, exactly. You would want it to, I think, because it seems like it clusters them at that spot so that they can be released over time. That's so cool, man. Because there was a so there's a mesoporous like nanoparticle that people put RNA sequences inside in order to like slowly release the RNA over time, so you can get expression of like CRISPR or whatever your protein is over time, and you can get it like it's basically like a wiffle ball with a bunch of RNA on the inside, and they have like those pores like let the RNA come out, and
that's cool.
Yeah, dude, it's so they have like CRISPR expression over like 9 months because of that. It's wild.
That's insane. Wow.
So I can actually like understand. So it makes sense to me.
How do they regulate that? Like, what do you think is happening there to
it's just like I mean, it's just you know, the different types of strands are just keeping them together. You know what I mean? Like hydrogen bonding, kind of like pushing each other like and keeping them polar, and they're just kind of
So it's like they're sterically enabled, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. And then, I mean, in this example, when we're talking about the adjutants coming together, I imagine it to be kind of like a cobweb, and then all the antigens are stuck in there. And then I guess, like in this analogy, our antibodies are the spiders, like coming in to snatch them up.
Yeah,
Cool.
it seems like you're proposing two key practical considerations for adjuvant research and development. One, that aluminum adjuvants continue to be a necessary benchmark in all studies, and two, that they need to be used appropriately and with some formulation optimization to enable the legitimate comparison.
Wow.
Cool. It's cool that they're trying different approaches too.
Does the I guess out of question about inflammation, does the aluminum not cause any, like, not to confuse the word, but cause any agitation itself? And then is that utilized?
I think that you would want some of it. That's the whole point, right? It's actually killing some cells. So it's actually killing some cells so that it actually does like cause something.
Local surveillance, basically. A local immune response. Wow. And then wow. And then I guess that's kind of attracts the spiders, and the spiders do their job in this analogy.
Yeah, I think so. Sweet, cool. Dude. Thanks for bringing this, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Thanks again.
Well, have a wonderful night, okay?
Have a good one, Scott. Will do, man. Thank you. All right. Cool, dude. That's cool. That's a really cool Bible we're learning about. I'm going to throw it into the show notes, guys. If you're not on the Discord, you're messing up. That's where all the literature is. That's where I post all the show notes. So if you want to follow along, actually read what we're reading, and get the primary literature, I'm going to put all these papers in there. All right, so Margaret first, and then Ness. Hi, Margaret. How's it going?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, I just came across you, so I thought it sounded really interesting.
Cool.
And I didn't expect to actually be able to speak to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because at the moment I don't have any questions. I am a person that, for some unusual reason, since I was 5, have had a lot of experiences. And I've got a friend who was involved with NASA and undercover for 24 years. I have friends in highly classified missions. Another friend who was a film and TV script writer in Hollywood and light engineer, etc., ex-CIA. So how do I say? Some people would think that I'm crazy about what I know. So when you came up, I said to myself, "Oh, I'm ready to hear some more interesting things."
Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah. So you talk about the universe.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just a scientist, so I don't really. I think about that a lot. I've done a lot of molecular biology and changing of genes and making new types of plants and yeast and algae and bacteria, that kind of stuff. I'm a microbiology scientist, so yeah.
Oh, okay. My brother-in-law is a microbiologist.
Oh,
yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So at the moment, no, you've got me a gasp here, because I really I don't have any questions at the moment, but I just thought you came up, and I thought, oh, this will be interesting to join you.
Cool. Yeah. Kind of cool. So yeah. I think microbiology is pretty cool. It has a really big impact on everyone's life in ways we're just kind of wanting to understand now. In the last 10 years, we're kind of, with new technology, we're actually understanding how many microbes there are constantly all around us, like in our gut. Like, for example, we're basically 50% microbes. If you counted all your cells and you said one human cell, one microbe cell, one human cell, one microbe, are about 50% microbe, which is incredible. It's all the microbes that live in our gut, that live in our skin, on our skin, all that kind of stuff. They have a huge impact on our immune system. They have a huge impact on our vitamins that we make, potassium, stuff like that. And also, there's a connection between the gut and the brain that we're just starting to understand now.
Yes, that's so true. We're like a walking biological laboratory.
Yeah. So the diversity inside of your gut has a big impact on, how you are and what you are as a human and all that kind of stuff. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that, Nicole. 70% on their gut. I thought that would be more than that. But wow, that's interesting.
And the problem is that a lot of us have problems with our gut because it's maybe a genetic problem.
No, I mean the gut is going to be all from external. So basically, your gut is in that you aren't born with your bacteria and the yeast and the microbes that are living inside your gut. They're all there's stuff that you've eaten or you've been introduced into or you've swallowed or that kind of stuff. It all has to be from the environment. So that it can't be genetic, which is kind of interesting, right?
Okay. Right. Okay. So it's maybe people with allergies towards certain foods that would upset their gut.
That's an interesting question. Yeah. Allergies. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. How is allergies gut microbiome? Let's check the gut microbiome and food allergy. Let's see. Oh, this is a big paper. We're gonna go to it right now. Almost there. We're in. Gut microbiota and allergy and asthma and the emerging relationship with the gut microbiome. Asthma and atopy, classically associated with hyperactivation of the T helper T2 arm of the adaptive immunity, are among the most common chronic illnesses worldwide. Emerging evidence relates atopy and asthma to the composition and function of the human microbiome, the collection of microbes that reside in and on and interact with the human body. The ability to interrogate the microbial ecology of the human host is due in large part to recent technological developments. Hey, that's what we were talking about, that permit identification of microbes and their products using culture-independent molecular detection techniques. That's basically sequencing their DNA of their genomes and looking to see what they are. In this review, we explore the roles of respiratory, gut, and environmental microbiomes in asthma and allergic disease development, manifestation, and attenuation. Though still a relatively nascent field of research, so it's pretty new and we're just starting to understand it, evidence to date suggests that the airway and/or gut microbiome may represent fertile targets for prevention or management of allergic asthma and other diseases in which adaptive immune dysfunction is a prominent feature. Cool. So you weren't wrong. Yeah, they're actually I hadn't thought about that, but that makes some sense. In summary, asthma and atopy are complex diseases which affect and are affected by the communities of microbes that colonize the gut and respiratory tracts. These communities, in turn, are influenced by an array of environmental influences from diet and mitochondrial administration to early life local microbial exposures. So these communities are in turn influenced by an array of environmental influences. So outside of of genes, right? Outside of your genome, from diet. So like what kind of food you eat, what you actually put in there, fiber versus like all processed foods, that kind of thing, and antimicrobial administration. So what you've done in order to kill this diversity in your gut, to early life local microbial exposures. So like early in life, did you actually put these different types of diversity and microbial diversities into your gut? Though many of the studies to date have performed in mice, which is really interesting. They're actually born aseptically and then they introduce stuff just into their gut microbiome. It's pretty interesting. They serve as proof of the existence of a gut airway axis. This opens up the possibility that strategies aimed at manipulating the airway and or gut microbiome, particularly in the earliest stages of life when the immune response is maturing and the microbiome appears most plastic and receptive to exogenous microbes, which means that like outside the body, again, environmental, may serve as a novel strategy to prevent allergic asthma, as well as a host of other diseases in which adaptive immune dysfunction, so which in adaptive immune system is when you see a virus or something and you have your antibodies that are made in response to antigens, all that kind of stuff, like vaccines and stuff, is a prominent feature. So yeah, you're right.
Wow. And would it also be that people that are traveling globally so much more now, and that a lot of other different things are introduced into their body from different countries, different cultural foods, and all of that?
But not when you're older, probably, because what they're talking about is the exogenous microbes have to be from like licking rocks and dirt getting in your mouth and that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't point that to like just traveling isn't going to be enough.
Okay. Right. Very interesting.
Well, yeah, like the baby does get bacteria from the birthing canal. Absolutely. There is a microbiome difference between a C-section and a birthing natural birth. Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, there is. The aseptic mice are born completely different, so they don't have that introduction. Exomes are also affected by this, which can pass issues with MCAS to children. Oh, okay. So exomes are all the proteins that are expressed from our microbiome. From our genome. So exomes mean expressed. I have pneumonia and I was given an asthma inhaler today. It made a big difference. All right, Casper, nice. Sweet. Cool.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. You better get on to other people.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Ciao. Ciao.
Cool, guys. That was cool. All right. Cool, guys. Yeah, I'm happy, Casper. I'm happy that you're getting that relief, man. Get some help there, How many health problems were caused by antibiotics? It's tough to say, Bill Z. I mean, the antibiotics have saved probably way more lives than they've ever caused any problems. But it does harm our genetic diversity of our gut microbiome for sure. But you can also get that gut microbiome diversity back. So it's better that you survive, right, than you lose your genetic diversity in your gut. But in order to get that back, in order to restore that, you have fecal transplants and stuff that have, and people are they're exploring that. If you get a dysregulated gut microbiome, like if you're sick or something, Crohn's disease and stuff like that, you can actually maybe get like a fecal transplant to help restore the natural fauna that you need in order to be better. Nice, Casper. Good. I'm happy that they helped me. I hope that they save your life. Can newborn vaccines trigger a severe asthma flare? Trying to figure out the trigger. Oh, Carly, I'm not a medical doctor. I would my chart message your PCP. Yeah, they're looking at Crohn's disease fecal transplants. Crohn's disease fecal transplant. Fecal microbiota transplantation therapy in Crohn's disease. Systematic review. I love when there's a review that's exactly talking about what we're talking about. So this is fecal. Let's just be clear, guys. Fecal microbiota transplantation is fecal matter that's taken as cleaned up as much as they can, and then the microbes are putting into your body. But again, this is an interesting way. It's to sound gross, I understand, but we have to get over it because this is an interesting way of figuring out the potential medicine for people. It does sound a little weird, but it is something that people are legitimately looking at, and it's the best way to get past the your stomach. Good. Okay, Duque, cool. The gastrointestinal microbiota is the key antigenic drive in the inflammatory bowel diseases. Randomized control trials in ulcerative colitis have established fetal microbiota transplantation, FMT, as an effective therapy. We have conducted a systematic review to evaluate the efficiency of fecal microbiota transplantation in Crohn's disease. Systematic review, results. 15 studies published between 2014 and 2020, comprising 13 cohort studies and 2 random control trials, were included in the analysis. The majority of trials evaluated FMT for induction of remission, which follow-up duration varying from 4 to 52 weeks. So they looked to see if it would actually come back, and they looked it over from 4 to 52 weeks. One random control trial in 21 patients of single dose FMT, so that's the transplantation, versus placebo following steroid-induced remission, showed a higher rate of steroid-free clinical remission in the FMT group compared to the control group, 87% versus 44% at week 10. Another random control trial, 2-dose FMT in 31 patients, showed an overall clinical remission rate of 36% at week 8. However, with no difference in clinical or endoscopic endpoints between FMT administered by gastroscopy or colonoscopy. Considering all studies, the clinical response rates in early follow-up were higher following multiple FMT than single FMT. So multiple boluses, not just one. FMT dose did not appear to influence clinical outcomes, nor did whether FMT was fresh or frozen. FMT delivered via upper gastrointestinal route demonstrated higher early efficacy rates of 75 to 100% compared to lower delivery rates of 30 to 58%, but on follow-up beyond 8 weeks, this difference was not maintained. Interesting. So the earlier at the upper seemed to be better. Whether pre-FMT antibiotic administration was beneficial was not to be determined due to the limited number of patients. No serious adverse effects were reported. Conclusions. This is the big part. Preliminary studies suggest that FMT may be an effective therapy in Crohn's disease. However, large control trials are needed. No serious safety concerns have been identified. Cool. Okay, cool, Nicole. Nice. Okay, good, Carly. Sure, like, yeah, the healthy bacteria through transplantation. Yeah. Does your gallbladder does having your gallbladder out cause issues with gut microbiomes? That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know, Art. I don't know. Okay, cool, Ducre. Yeah. Would that also help with IBS? I would assume so, Clay. Let's see. Fecal transplant, IBS. Current status of fecal microbiota transplantation for irritable bowel syndrome. Let's read the conclusions first. FMT is key points. FMT is a promising treatment for IBS. The outcome of FMT is a donor-dependent and careful selection is needed for a successful fecal transplant, microbiotic transplant. The dose of the fecal transplant is important for the efficacy of the fecal transplant. Dosages lower than 30 grams did not show any effect. The optimal route of administering the fecal transplant to either the small or large intestine is unclear. Moreover, whether single or repeated FMT is more effective remains to be determined. Interesting, the other ones showed second ones. The adverse effects of FMT were both mild and self-limiting in the form of abdominal pain, diarrhea, and constipation. So stuff that might be from IBS in general. Yeah, Ukraine, no problem. Yeah, that makes sense. Light. Yeah, having like for yeah, but Clay, it does seem like it is an effective thing. It's a promising treatment. So, but the adverse effects are just what you would normally have, so it doesn't really matter. So it seems like it's an effective treatment. The efficacy of FMT for IBS appears to be donor dependent. The effective donor would need to have a favorable microbiota signature and 11 clinical criteria that are known to be associated with favorable microbiota have been suggested for selecting FMT donors for IBS. Comparing the microbiota to the effective donors with those healthy subjects would reveal the favorable microbiota signature required for a super donor. However, the studies reviewed were not designed to compare efficacy of different donor types. Interesting. Are these the different types? Oh, here's the profiles. Oh, these are the different oh, okay. They're biomarkers. Okay, so these are the important biomarkers. They're the different. I thought like genetic diversity would be one of them, but it seems to be like the major part of it. Interesting. Because genetic diversity, that's a huge thing. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's huge. So after 3 months response after FMT, that's huge. That's gigantic differences. Cool, man. Yeah, but which one? But I think the diversity is key, but which bacterium? I think that's what this is talking about here. An examination of the fecal microbiota of this donor showed that he has normobiotic, i.e., having a high microbial diversity, but deviated from the normal abundance of 165 healthy subjects. Huh. 12 of the bacteria. So it's like the key 12 that they were talking about. Because you could have different, this is what they're talking about. You have different genera of bacteria. Do you need this specific species? The chosen donor has a normal BMI, young male, born vaginal delivery, breastfed, non-smoker, not taking any medication, having been treated only a few times with antibiotics, and regularly performing physical exercise. Huh, that's cool. That makes sense, pirated. Yeah. And they probably have really small, because like if you look at the diversity, it's like, you have these key species that are taking up a huge amount by like cell, like by weight, and then you have like these small 1 to 3% species that like come in, and you're like, who are these? What are these? And those are key. So even though that they're small in a microbial setting, you know, you actually they're key in order to have a functioning community. I think that's the idea. Okay. Nice, Clay. Yeah, man. Nice, dude. All right. All right, guys. Well, we are going to go do science. Yes. Hello. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Welcome to the peer review. The coolest things that are happening in science that nobody talks about except for right here, right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tonight we have a research paper. This is a cool title, guys. Is sex at birth a biological coin toss? Insights from a longitudinal and GWAS analysis. Ooh, from Science Advances, guys. This is a legit publication. Very nice. Very good. Very good stuff. One second. Let me just throw this on the other monitor here. Actually, I don't think it can make any difference. Okay. Some families consistently have offspring of only one sex, raising questions about whether sex at birth is truly random. You hear that, especially as a parent now. I go and I talk to people and they're like 5 daughters or something. And you're like, damn, that's crazy. Like there's no way. Feels like that is so hard. But this study investigated whether offspring sex follows a simple binomial distribution within families and identified maternal factors associated with unisexual sibships. So they looked and saw if there was a distribution within the family, and then they looked at the genes associated with the moms of that. We analyzed 58,000 women with 2 or more singleton live births, so 146,000 pregnancies between 1956 and 2015. Offspring sex followed a beta binomial rather than a simple binomial distribution, indicating that each family may have a unique probability of female or male births, akin to a weighted coin toss. Ooh, so what is causing that? Is the question. Deviations from a simple binomial distribution were more pronounced when we excluded each woman's last birth to reduce the influence of sex-based stopping behavior. Oh, because they went for another one because of the last one being a simple the sex. Or they stopped because of that. After excluding the last birth, older maternal age at first birth was associated with higher odds of having offspring of only one sex. Ah, interesting. Older maternal age at first birth was associated with higher. A genome-wide association study, GWAS, identified maternal single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, linked to having female-only and male-only offspring. Our findings suggest maternal factors influence offspring sex distribution. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, so Kathleen, it's all your mom's fault. Just kidding. It's all your fault. This is from July. Okay. Yeah. It is interesting. Cool, dude. I see it, Oba. One second. Wow. Cool, guys. Well, they did it. All right. Yes. That was the peer review. All the cool things that are happening to science. It's your mom. The mom that did it. It's all the mom's fault. GWAS has some weird things though, guys. You have to have an asterisk on GWAS because there's so many different types of mutations and not all of them are legit. So you can actually link like the different SNPs to. I would say the more important thing is that they found that it was binomial, and that it's not necessarily the SNPs that they found. Those can be a little weird, but it's an interesting thing. Hi, Omusi.
Hello. Yeah. So what do they say about gay people?
What they didn't have anything about gay people in here.
No, I'm just talking about the Bible and everything.
Oh, I don't know. What did they say?
No, you don't know about the Bible?
What? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Is that a new content creator?
The Bible?
Yeah. What's the question?
You ain't never heard about it?
What is
Well, do you know about Nicki Minaj?
I've heard about Nicki Minaj. Is she in the Bible? Is that what you're talking about? Is she the writer of the
you don't know
Bible?
about Jesus.
Is Nicki Minaj Jesus?
You don't know about Jesus and you don't know about okay. That's crazy, Mr. Sir. What did Nikki say?
I don't know what she said.
She said this one for the boys with the boobies is the top down AC with the coolest stuff. You don't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
That song. Something.
Interesting. What did they say about gay people in the Bible?
They say, but what did gay people say? But hold up. Are you gay?
No.
How about now?
No.
Okay, how about now?
I have four kiddos. Not to say that there aren't like closeted gay people, but that with kids.
You have kids?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Do you think I'm gay because my boutonniere?
Are you gay?
Nope. Why do you think I'm gay?
Wait. You have a boot? What boot?
A boutonniere, dude. My flower that I have on my jacket. Is that why you think I'm gay?
No, I can't really see that.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Wait. Hold on. When did you first figure out that you were gay? Probably like 10 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gay now? No, I'm playing. Do you have a husband or a wife? Or wait, you have kids? Oh my god. Oh, allegedly. How old are you?
38.
30 who?
Mm-hmm.
30 what?
38.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. You should be, yeah. Yeah, you too old for me.
Okay. Thanks. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Bye. I'm trying to find it. I can't find Big Eye Baby. Nope. Nope, didn't work. Big Eye Baby, nope. That's not it. Nope, that's not it either. I'm looking for the big face one. What's funny face? What's funny face? Long face. Oh my god. This is good. Do we know the SNPs of CRISPR therapies are processed, metabolized off targets? Yeah, I mean, so they're just changed. You just changed. A lot of them are, you either have like a nucleotide template that you deliver along with it, Sherry, and that you just replace that genome. Dude, it feels like my face is still going. Is this my face? I'm so weird. This is so weird, guys. What is this? And is this my face? Is this actually my face? I don't know. It feels weird. I don't know. Is my nose that big? Is that I'm so weirded out, guys? I don't know. Yeah, anyone have any vaccines this week? Anyone? Anything? Please. Yeah, you can use CRISPR in order to edit single nucleotide changes. So you can just have it go like one at a time. I want bonus vaccines too. I'm with you. Who funds it? TCR. I mean, there's it's all about that Soros money. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Dude, I can't find that silly face again. Make me so, it's called like big face. I can't see it though. I don't understand what's going on. Well, nobody's gotten vaccinated yet, Ducray, so we have to turn it on. Something's. Can you look up the perineural networks for me? I don't know what that is. What's the latest on CRISPR and sickle cell anemia? They're trying to use it for to do it before the baby grows up, so that they can kind of cure it before it happens. Using CRISPR to cure HIV. Okay, we can look up HIV CRISPR. First in human trial of CRISPR in gene therapy. It could theoretically be used. Unique molecular signatures and rebound viruses from antiretroviral drugs and CRISPR-treated H1V infected mice. Oh, interesting. HIV-1 elimination from the subset of virus-infected humanized mice is reported following a subsequent dual treatment of long-acting antiretroviral and CRISPR-Cas9 therapies. They're trying to just edit out. It's a retroviral. HIV is a retroviral, so it goes from RNA to DNA and then inserts into the genome, and they're trying to use CRISPR to edit it out. However, viral rebound, it is observed in over 50% of the dual-treated animals. The molecular signatures of the rebound virus recovered from plasma have been determined. Viral evolution reflects changes in the virus as reported by our ART-treated and H1 HIV-infected patients. No major CRISPR-specific mutations are observed. The molecular viral signatures demonstrate an accelerated HIV-1 drug resistance escape from ART rather than from the generation of CRISPR mutants. These define viral rebound in the dual-treated HU mice. The data underscores the limited role of CRISPR excitation in generating these rebound HIV mutants from dual-treated HU mice. So yeah, they can't seem to get it out. Interesting. Yay, Lorraine! Yay! Nice. Yeah, Leslie, I'm sorry. Yeah, you went to. Yay, Lorraine! All right, guys. All right, we're gonna turn it on. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. I hate when that. Dude, what is up with the freaking? My whole board gets mixed up sometimes. Here we go. There it is. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we got 2, and then there's a third one, right? I thought that there was 2, and then someone else got a COVID one. So I think there's 3. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Thank you guys so much for getting vaccinated. 226 vaccinations we got. Every celebration, every single time, every single shot. We appreciate you. We love people who get vaccinated in this community because you're helping yourselves, people around you, everything. We love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. Definitely not, James. Definitely not. James, hop in the box. Or you're just a fat coward. Mammoth Bioscience. Yeah, isn't that the George Church one? So they're doing stuff like that. Yeah, for real, pirated. It's gonna be awful. Chupacabra. That's so true, dude. Stop getting medical advice from podcasts hosted by comedians. Yeah, it's so true. Stop. It's so true. Oh, Dowden's lab. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, Lauren. I mean, you're just being selfish, so I don't think that you should be bragging about that. So, Lauren, I've never died. You can't convince me that you can actually die. Nice, Swedish. Did you get this week? Whatever you want, Skay. Whatever you want. We're chilling. We're talking about how vaccines save us $11 for every $1 spent. Oh, really? What'd you get, Swedish? What'd you get? Anything in the last week we count. So any type of vaccines, COVID, flu, MMR. You guys should be getting it all. MMR is really good in order to get, guys. That's not true, Lauren. That's not true. COVID. Nice, Swedish. Nice. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Nice. Thank you so much, Swedish. Thank you so much for getting vaccinated. We love people who get vaccinated in this community because you are looking out for each other, looking out for yourself. We love and appreciate you. Yeah. All right. Real quick, guys. I can't believe that we're over 200. It's so cool. I don't know, Nicole. That's a good question. Honestly, guys, I would just get it because we don't know what the vaccine future of the United States is. It sounds crazy to say, but for real. Um, yeah, it's insane. Oh, we're gonna put Holocaust on the new. Oh, nice. Chupacabra level 10. Let's go. Yes, they have been, Lauren. Yes, they have been properly tested. What is the Chaga virus? I don't know what the Chaga virus is. Yeah, life's a beach. That happens sometimes. You know, just because you get vaccinated doesn't mean that um, you're safe from a viral particle landing on you. But what it does do is it protects you from long COVID symptoms, and it protects you from, sickness if you are, sick with COVID-19. It would be worse if you didn't have the vaccine, basically. All right, real quick, guys. It does protect you from spreading. You spread less of it, Heather. All right, guys. All right. Hello. Thank you to our last super fan. That's the best way you can support the show, guys. Thank you guys so much. Abe Foreman, thank you so much. To our top gifters, Kathleen, Nicole, Neek, Ducray, Helen, Emby, Nightflyer, Jared, Amanda. Thank you to the top likers. Nightflyer, NB Kami, Kathleen, Linda, Helen, Ducray, Omar, Jared. Thank you guys so much. You could support the channel by doing a $5 super chat if you want. I can read your question out. We could talk about your article, anything like that. Or you can also join the Discord, guys. The Discord has awesome things like sources and everything like that. So also we celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community. So if you got vaccinated in the last week, let us know and we will celebrate you. Delia, I'm not being sarcastic. No, it's vaccine. The COVID vaccine does help you to diminish the spread of the disease because it lessens your viral load. So you're going to be less likely to spread it to more people. That's how it works. It's not a parasite. It's a virus. Life's a beach and you don't understand germ theory. So get in the box. Request up. Hi, Marissa. How's it going? Chongas. Chongas disease? Chagas. Oh, wow. Cool. The tropical parasitic disease caused by Trypanosoma cruzi. It is spread mostly by the insects of the subfamily Triatomania, known as the kissing bugs. Oh, that's what you guys were saying. The symptoms change throughout the infection. In the early stage, symptoms are typically either not present or mild. Swollen lymph nodes, headaches, swelling of the bite. After 4 to 8 weeks, untreated individuals enter the chronic phase of the disease, which in most cases does not result in further symptoms. No more than 45% of people with chronic infections develop heart disease 20 to 30 years after the initial illness. Oh my gosh, which can lead to heart failure. Digestive complications, including an enlarged esophagus and an enlarged colon, may occur in 0 to 20% of people, and 0 to 10% of people may experience nerve damage. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is not good, guys. Ah, Life's a Beach. Thank you. Okay, sorry, guys. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, it's awful. Kissing bugs. Really? It's here in LA? Sweet. That's good. That's good. She's taking it every 6 months. That's a good idea, Swedish. That's a good thing. She's staying safe. Oh my gosh. That just looks like a hemipterin. Wow. Dude, that just looks like a normal hemipterin bug. That doesn't even look like anything crazy. Wow, that's nuts. Wow. Crazy. Let's see. Where are they endemic to? A few species live in human dwellings or in the surroundings of human houses, in the shelters of domestic animals. Then these are called domestic species. Huh. So they just like live where humans are. That's crazy. That's scary. All right. Oh my gosh. Chagas disease? But oh really? Oh, it just looks like a slight swelling. Doesn't even look like that much. Wow. Jeez. That is very frustrating and very weird. Huh. People need to know because you have to get it treated quickly. How would you even know that it would be a thing? Yeah, exactly. If you're hard to tell. That's a tough one. It's weird. That's weird, guys. That's weird. Okay, thank you, Heather. Your eyes get swollen. That's the only thing. Wow. Clean the house. All right. Yeah, has like no citations, Heather. So this is like a bad sign. And it's not even in a published journal. like the COVID aftermath. That's not even. It's not even I don't even have it as a journal ranking. So I don't trust this at all already, Heather. I mean, that's not just because it has a DOI number doesn't mean that it has anything that you could trust. Let's see. Coco. See you guys saying that. Let's see. My husband and I got the flu vaccine today. Yes, Coco. Nice. Let's go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yes. Nice. Yeah, I mean, this isn't, there's no, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Heather, sorry, this just looks like a nonsense study. Vaccinations, SARS-CoV-2 transmission after vaccination. Here's a Lancet study. Oh, Wonderlust. Let's go. Oh my gosh, 31. Wonderlust, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Yes. This is a good lesson, guys. So this is all the vaccines that we have gotten as a community. So flu, COVID, MMR, everything like that. Oh, thank you, Missin. Thank you. So, okay, so guys, are you? Here we go. Okay, so here we go. Someone linked me this paper to look at this. So, does the COVID-19 vaccine reduce the risk to transmit SARS-CoV-2 to others? So, one, is it advancements of experimental biology? Okay, that's fine, but then it doesn't have any journal rank. See at the top here, at the very top on the top right, it says journal rank. So it's not even ranked as a journal, which is very concerning because that means that it's like a new thing that's just come out. COVID-19 aftermath. And a lot of times people will just kind of like create, especially during the pandemic, trying to put in misinformation. So I would be wary of anything. Okay, this is a little bit better. Again, though, how many, what's the what's the citation number of this? Again, no, vaccinate one cited by one person in a year. Like that's not good. You know, that means that people in this field don't trust the data. So it like, you know what I mean? That's like, it's a really bad sign that it's only being cited one time. So it has to have incredible evidence, right? If that's what it is. And the one that you linked, it just says the first one that we linked. Okay, so this isn't in a new journal that's never been vetted before. So that's already concerning. And then it's about COVID-19, which is already something that's been politicized, and a lot of these lab leakers and these, you know, free speech people that want to be able to put whatever they want out. They're trying to grift and trying to save their stuff. Like, I don't know who Gunter Kampf is. So he's already, his first thing is that he has a withdrawn thing describing the unvaccinated as the main driver of the current COVID situation in Germany should not be based on the analyzing pre-pandemic. So he's already doing apologia for unvaccinated people. That's not looking good. You know, a lot of these people are just, yeah. Anyway, protective, effective, I guarantee you, yeah, effective mask in the public. Related variables with likely impact were not considered. So he's already saying that, man, these are long-term impacts of wearing masks. Yeah, the Germany indicate that mandatory face masks in shops and public transport as a single measure did not accelerate the decline. Effective many measures, suitable control, and including a stratification regarding the controls are lacking, so the author's assumptions are therefore, yeah, he's already trying to, yeah, I would not, that seems very, okay, so anyway, but let's not think about that. Let's just like look at what he is saying. He reviews the thing. Viral clearance, including the detection of infectious virus, has been described to be faster in the vaccinated population. Including the detection of infectious virus has been mostly described to be faster in the vaccinated population, suggesting a shorter duration as a possible source of the trends. So he's saying viral shedding. That's what he's saying. He's saying that you could actually shed the virus, which is, again, there's no biological impact of that. That doesn't make any sense. The epidemiological relevance of this finding remains uncertain. So again, so this is a review article where he's linking all these things together, trying to solidify research. Doesn't make any sense. Approximately half of the transmission studies found lower secondary attack rates from the fully vaccinated population, but the results are probably best explained by the vaccination status of the contact population. Found lower So he's saying that approximately half of the studies found that there was the lower attack rate, but that's just because the vaccination of the contact population. But that's what we already talked about, that there would be a difference, and that's kind of the point. There would be it on both sides. And public health data from the UK show that the number of COVID-19 cases is higher among those with the fully vaccinated. Yeah, because there's more of them, so that makes sense. And boosted populations, okay, who might be possible sources, in contrast to lower case numbers within the first 3 months among those vaccinated obtaining the 3 systemic. Overall, there is no convincing evidence. Well, he didn't have any evidence to show why. There's a very obvious molecular. She didn't die of the vaccine, Lori. That's not right. That's not correct. So again, though, we can keep going. We'll go through this. I mean, so obviously that wasn't a good study, right, guys? Unknown journal, one author, unknown origin. Guy has a shady past. Doesn't have a good academic. Doesn't have a good academic career. So already, like, if you have extraordinary evidence. Extraordinary claims requires extraordinary evidence. So, yeah, not repeated. Okay, so let's go. Community transmission and viral load kinetics of the virus of SARS-CoV-2 variant in vaccinated and unvaccinated people. So vaccination reduces the risk of Delta variant infection, okay, and accelerates viral clearance. We would think about that. We would think you have to think about the mechanisms that are explained here, and that makes sense, right? Reduces the risk of the variant infection, okay, reduces the fact that you're going to have it and you're going to be positive there, and accelerates the viral clearance once it's there. Okay, that's what we know, and that's what makes sense. Nonetheless, fully vaccinated individuals with breakthrough infections that go past the antibodies that they already have peak viral load similar to unvaccinated cases and can efficiently transmit infection in household settings. Okay, that makes sense, right? They have, once they've gotten it and it's a breakthrough infection and it's a runaway case with a peak viral load similar to the unvaccinated people, they can efficiently transmit the infection in household settings. So people that they're around, they're going to be able to spread it. Yeah. But again, you're going to have less of these breakthrough infections if you're vaccinated. So it's still good to have a vaccine. Does that make sense? Hey, Ghostface Gangster, how's it going? Oh, Cakes and Crafts, let's go. Cakes and Crafts, let's go, everyone. Cakes and Crafts up to 233. Thank you so much. 233. Cakes and Crafts, everyone. Good job. I love it. Cakes and Crafts. Why didn't the vaccines stop the spread to their household members who are vaxxed? They probably did if they didn't have the breakthrough infections. So that's the point that they said. So the caveat, the caveat here is nonetheless, fully vaccinated individuals with a breakthrough infection have peak viral loads similar to unvaccinated cases. So that's the caveat, is with the breakthrough infections. If you don't have a breakthrough infection, you're clearing the virus faster, so you would spread it less, even to people in your own house. Viral, epidemiological, and genomic evidence for transmission of SARS-CoV-2 variant in households. Long vaccine lowers the risk of long COVID and severe disease. Correct, Heather, but not transmission. No, it does decrease the amount of viral load that you're going to transmit. So it does decrease the spread by definition. I've been fully vaccinated. I've had it 5 times. It's just not been a severe case. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Wonderless, you could have had maybe a severe, case one of those times if you didn't have the vaccine. Yeah. Here's household 1. Vaccinated individuals as the viral copies per mil. Yeah, look at this one. Household 4 in the bottom right here. That's crazy. They have the bottom right, that vaccinated individual. Boom, look how protected they are. That's crazy. That's incredible. That bottom right, that blue one is the vaccinated. Wait, which one is the index or the contact? Okay, the contact, the index is the contaminated. Viral copies per mil. So 6, they have the same y-axes here. This is interesting. They must have gotten, some of these they must have gotten like sick at the same time. Like this one on the bottom left is interesting because the index is vaccinated, and look at the log, the growth on the bottom left, the log over time, how many times spent in the enrollment, 4 days in order to get to peak viral load. So it was getting a not that much viral load at the very beginning. You know what I mean? The contact was very low. Let's see, I'm just skimming here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for real, guys. Yeah, although the current vaccines remain effective at preventing severe disease and deaths from COVID, our findings suggest that vaccination alone is not sufficient to prevent all transmission of the Delta variant in the household setting. Yeah, Delta was just so much more effective at being transmitted than Alpha. That's another thing, where exposure is close and prolonged. So it's close and prolonged that is the big thing. So again, like Delta in a non-household setting, where you're not in a close and prolonged exposure to someone, that person that's vaccinated is just gonna have less of a chance in order to get to you. Like, guys, like, you guys know this. Like, if you play video games, this is very intuitive to you. Like, you can, I played World of Warcraft for a really long time, and you get these 1% drop rates. I was farming this one dagger that's like 0.5%. Oh, Dianis, how's nice to see you, bro. How's it going? Yeah, we're reading real papers in science, so that's just what we're doing. So, the drop rate of these items is so high. It seems so high. It seems to be like 50-50. You get these things, but then you look at the drop rate, the actual drop rate over 10,000 or a million different drop rates, and it's like 1%, 2%. And it's like, what in the world? Like, what happened? Like, it seems like, and so this is what happens with we have a recency bias, and it's just, you have more of a chance that basically getting vaccinated lowers your viral load, so you have less of a drop rate, right? Your viral load drop rate is just lower. So, do great. Yeah, you're right. So right. So funny. He has all the qualifications, Nicole. You don't want to ask. You don't want to tell him because he has all of them. That's what all of them. If we could get the vaccine every 4 to 6 months, yeah, Heather, I totally agree with you. I totally agree. We should, and it drops off around like 9 to 10 months, and the last 2 months are completely like awful. I think that we should get it every 6 months, legitimately, and I think it's awful that we don't. This is why, like, in a crowded setting right now, and you're immune compromised, guys, I would definitely go, wear a mask. Like, it's really important to stay protected. So I think this is when they were spreading. Yeah, no, oh no, that's when the ZG buff came out, and it was a way that people could go to Stormwind and Ironforge with the ZG buff, and that was that could help. It spread, basically. It was an epidemiological study on World of Warcraft. Exactly, Heather. Yeah. So you have different amounts, you have different antibodies, different things that are used. Yo, Mrs. Dr. G's in the house. So yeah, I wasn't trying to pick on anyone. I think that was like a really good lesson, guys. to see like if something is published, what does it mean for something to be published, guys? You know, you can get something into a shoddy journal that where they just are pay to play. You're spending $1,000 in order to get your thing published, and they're not doing any peer review. They're not doing any studies with it, and they're just publishing it, and you get a DOI number. This is the thing that Dianus doesn't understand, and because he's never tried to actually get his things published. But it's actually incredibly easy to get something published if you want. And I hope he doesn't listen. Maybe close your ears right now, Dianus. You could actually look a lot more legitimate than you are by going to these shoddy journals and paying $1,000 and getting something published. And now you have a DOI and you have a publication that has a PDF, and you have something that looks good for a lot of people, and they don't know. This is, guys. I mean, what was that thing that we were looking at? It was a Microsoft PDF. Like someone just printed out a Microsoft document and they put, it was like a lab report, in a high school. It basically just put out what they wanted to say. Zero peer review. They didn't even do that. They didn't even have a DOI number to actually put it on, a preprint server or pay the $1,000. They just printed out a PDF, uploaded it to Senate.gov, and now people actually think it's an actual legitimate study, which is just incredible to me. It's awful. Juliana, 100%. Yeah, people that are, if you're sick, you should be wearing a mask for sure, and it should absolutely be a thing. Dude, Dianus, you don't have any evidence, dude. You haven't done any evidence. You don't have any evidence. Good, Heather. Yeah, I support you, in what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying in that you can still transmit the virus with a vaccine. I totally understand what you're saying, and you can. If you have SARS-CoV-2, you have a breakthrough infection, you're just as bad as an unvaccinated person. I see what your argument is, and I agree with you. But I just do want to say that you have less viral load with the vaccine, and you will transmit it less. So if that person you're walking by, you're less contagious. But if over a sustained period, then that you're going to. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Heather. I'm empowering you. I'm not criticizing you. Like I think that I'm with you. Hey, Clash,
Oh yeah,
how's it going?
hello. How's it going? Is there a specific topic or like general?
Sure, whatever you want, man.
Sure. Have you seen that news of like in China when they reversed the age of a monkey?
No.
That was like really soon, but I was just like, I don't know the name of the actual like, but that's what it's official.
Oh,
So
I mean,
yeah, I give you a
scientists
minute to.
used engineered cells to combat aging in primates. Okay. This is from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I don't know if it's necessarily official, but we'll see. Okay, I think I saw the. Okay, yeah, I see the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, yeah, this is it. I found it. Okay, senescence-resistant mesenchymal progenitor cells counter aging in primates. Is this better? This is better.
It's still blurry.
Genetically, yeah, you're not going to be able to see it. You can watch it on YouTube if you want. Genetically enhanced senescence-resistant cells exhibit anti-aging effects. These SRCs counteract systematic aging in primates. SRCs boost cognitive and reproductive rejuvenation. SRCs deliver geroprotection through exosomal cargoes. Aging is characterized by a deterioration of stem cell function, but the feasibility of replenishing these cells to counteract aging remains poorly defined. Our study addresses this gap by developing senescence, resistance, human mesenchymal progenitor cells, genetically fortified to enhance cellular resistance. In a 44-week trial, we intravenously delivered CRCs to aged macaques, noting a systemic reduction in aging indicators such as cellular senescence, chronic inflammation, and tissue degeneration, without any detected adverse effects. Notably, SRC treatment enhanced brain architecture and cognitive function and alleviated the reproductive system decline. The restorative effects of SRCs are partly attributed to their exomes, which combat cellular senescence. This study provides initial evidence that genetically modified human mesenchymal progenitors can slow primate aging, highlighting their therapeutic potential of regenerative approaches in combating age-related to health decline. What's mesenchymal progenitors? Mesenchymal stem cells, also known as mesenchymal stromal cells, are multipotent stromal cells that can differentiate into a variety of cell types, including osteoblasts, bone cells, cartilage cells, muscle cells, or fat cells. Wow. So those are pretty cool. Nice. Sweet, dude.
Yeah, it's amazing, but I think this will unlock a lot of dilemmas. Should we continue reproducing? Should we? How would we deal with the overpopulation if the longevity is extended? People's decisions will differ than the current ones. Like, it's gonna disrupt the whole world if it becomes like for public.
I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's a lot between that and here, man. I mean, that's like a huge thing. I mean, they are using it, and they're using it in primates, which is big. But like, how the idea that intravenously delivered SRCs. So I mean, that in and of itself, like, how are you delivering it? How much are you delivering? I mean, it's like it's going to be probably like a really acute thing. But dude, I mean, wow, this is a big study. They're actually
It
doing.
is.
Dang, this is impressive. Wow, this is incredible. Holy shit, nice, dude. Well, I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy to see it. That's cool.
Yeah, they did
Wow.
that before on mice, like back in 2000, I don't know, 15 to 11, something like that.
Okay,
But it
cool.
worked, so they jumped to apes. That's good. Oh yeah, that was the mice.
So
Okay.
many. Yeah, here's the mice. How did they? Oh, this is the supplementary figure. Here's figure. Here it is. Oh wow. So they did the different stem cells, time points of delivery. Wow. So like every week they did something. Interesting. Cool, man. I mean, I
Yeah,
think that's cool. I don't do mammalian research, so I don't really understand
yeah,
a bunch of it.
the jargon and terminologies.
Yeah, but I think like, in general, I mean, you have to, gene therapy. This would be like it's not a gene therapy. It has to be, you'd have to deliver your own stem cells. So how you're creating those, that'd be so expensive, man, in order to do it.
Most of the time, I think they would do like, what do you call it? Wisdom teeth, maybe. I don't know. Something
Okay.
like
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that'd be cool.
that. Yeah, I just wanted to add that, but
Cool.
yeah, take care.
Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it all, guys. I'll put it in the Discord, into the show notes. Hey, thanks for bringing that in, man. That's awesome. Sweet. Dang, guys, got a lot of cool papers today. Cool. I know it is a really cool learning stream, huh? We're talking about how a Chinese lab reversed aging, or they created aging resistant human cells. I wouldn't say that like necessarily reversed it, but they combated the age related health decline. Sorry, Abe. Yeah, so basically um they they injected these stem cells into macaques, and they showed a systemic reduction in aging indicators. So I thought that was really cool. Yeah. Nightflyer, the help with Alzheimer's, maybe, man. I don't know. This is just general. So that's another thing. Like it just seems to be like general cells. And I don't know. Again, I am not a mammal researcher. I don't understand a lot of mammal stuff. Well, wow, these are all the systems that they looked at. Yeah, that's all. That's a lot of them. That's a lot of them. That's a lot. All these expression changes, dude. I mean, that's cool. They really went, dude. In order to get like macaques for research, oh my gosh, you have the regulatory hurdles. Probably still insane, even in China. This is the difference in aging. So the spinal cord age didn't go. It reduced the least, and the one that looked the best was the uterus and the skin on the back, abdominal muscle. Interesting. Can we pick apart open VAERS? Maxim, they're just going to be expensive, dude. I don't think any of them are proven yet. Just peptides are just expensive, man. Oh, that's sad. COVID ages our telomeres. I didn't know that. Okay, Maxim, dude, chill, bro. That's the same message like 5 times, bro. Come on. I already said it's gonna be expensive to get probably not that big of a treatment, dude. You know, you need to like, yeah, feasibility is gnarly. It's gonna be so expensive. How are you gonna make those cells for people? That's cool though. I'm gonna read it. I'll read it more. What was? I wanted to do something. Someone said something that I wanted to do. Oh, open VAERS. Oh God. Oh, it's just like all the. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just like all these ones that are parsing raw VAERS data. So it's just nonsense, guys. I mean, dude, Dias, you gonna go to get the Lenka prize? Oh, cause I know, cause the guys, Dias doesn't believe that viruses are real. They think that he thinks that he's the. Yeah. Okay, so even let's like I don't. Again, guys, again. So like this is so disingenuous. What is the Lenka prize? What is the Lenka prize? Sri Lanka rupee. What is this? Lanka microbiology virus prize. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, Hong Kong. What's so funny? What does come up is the Hong Kong-based Sri Lankan virologist Joseph Peiris won the 2021 Future Science Prize for his work in virology, including isolating the SARS coronavirus in 2003. Remember you were saying that nobody's ever done that? Oh man, nobody's ever isolated a virus before. Remember that? That was fun. Anyway, yeah, wow. Dianis, I'm literally looking up exactly what you said, bro, and you can't even. You're so boring, dude. You're so boring. You're the same thing every single time. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. I know. He lost in what? Lost what in the German Supreme Court? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, this? The German court orders measles skeptic to pay 100,000 euros. This is the guy? This is the guy? Stefan Lanka, who believes the illness is psychosomatic, made the pledge to 4 years ago on his website. A German biologist who offered 100,000 to anyone who could prove that measles is a virus has been ordered by a court to pay up. The reward was later claimed by German Dr. David Braden, who gathered evidence from various medical studies. Mr. Lanka dismissed the findings, but the court in the town of Rezenburg ruled that the proof was sufficient. Reacting to the verdict by the court in the southern town, Mr. Lanka said he would appeal. It is a psychosomatic illness. Wow, that's a really good response, guys. People become ill after traumatic separations. A recent outbreak of measles in Germany has sparked a debate about whether vaccinations against the disease should be compulsory. An 18-month-old boy in Berlin died last month to the disease. The WHO said it was taken aback by the 22,000 reported cases across Europe in 2014, calling for an increase in vaccinations. Yeah. Crazy. Okay, Lanka repealed the decision, and in 2016, the higher court overturned the ruling, saying that in a strictly legal sense, the 6 studies submitted by Braden's fell short of Lanka's criteria. The 3 judges did not question the existence of the virus, the DAZ article, but the court considered the reward a promise, not a bet or prize draw, and therefore Lanka was entitled to determine the rules and the threshold, which included his bet, his being free not to accept. So he just basically pussied out. In the higher court's ruling, the judge noted that in the lower court, it was proven that the publications submitted by the plaintiff in their entire... Yeah, he's just a pussy. Yeah. I mean, what do you want to do? Yeah, I mean, open various... I mean, think about this, guys. Think about this. So let's think about this. Let's take all of the cases. So 22, 35... Let's do 40,000 deaths. 40,000 deaths? 40,000 deaths divided by 6 billion dosages? It's 0.0000006% death rate. Like, even if you took all of these for being real and you thought that all of these actually happened, you every single one of these as being real, 6 billion dosages over 40,000 deaths, which isn't true, by the way. There's only about 120 reported 0. This is what the number is. 10 to the negative 6. 0.00006. So it's like insane. People are insane. Even if you, and these aren't corroborated. So if you actually want to look at SARS-CoV-2 VAERS data, Scholar, COVID, VAERS, now you actually get to see what we're talking about. Real life safety profile of mRNA vaccines of COVID-19, an analysis of the VAERS database and vaccine. Low citation number, but it's one of the highest in the thing. So we'll go with it. Conclusion. Yeah, their favorable safety profile of mRNA vaccines. So at the cutoff date, a total of 758,000 reports were submitted to VAERS, of which 439 were related to the BioNTech vaccine and then the Moderna vaccine. Most common adverse side effects following immunizations for both mRNA vaccines were headache, fatigue, pyrexia, dizziness, nausea, pain, chills, and pain in extremity. A lot of these are just, those aren't adverse side effects, guys. Those aren't adverse events. What that is, those are just people that don't understand what a vaccine is, and they're having an immune response to the spike protein that's being made. That is not that's an adverse side effect, guys. Disproportionately was found that had some such as myocarditis. Okay, yeah, we already knew that. That was already known. But the myocarditis rates, we're talking all these myocarditis, Bell's palsy, anaphylactic shock, those are all way higher with actual COVID. So it's not crazy. If you're having an adverse side effect to these myocarditis, Bell's palsy, anaphylactic shock, you're going to have it way, way, way worse with COVID. So it's better to have the vaccine. It might save your life to get the vaccine. That's what it actually is. So this is what they have to do in order to actually look. It's actually interesting to see. Usually they have a flow chart of what they have to do with the data. They didn't do it here. You have to do a lot in order to scrub the data because they have to like make sure it's actually tied to an event, and you just can't. Everything can't have that. So adverse event information captured from VAERS includes the type of vaccine of the free vaccine, considering both descriptive analysis. We searched the VAERS database by selecting all AFI reports, regardless of the location. Since VAERS reports may include one or more adverse events, we counted separately all events. Based on the reports collected, we performed a descriptive analysis for each vaccine under review. Okay. Where's all of them that are dying? Guys, what happened to all the death numbers? What happened to, or that somehow, once you actually go through and you the event, wouldn't you have, there's none. Wow, guys, crazy. Once you actually prove, like actually make it to have like an actual loss of consciousness, 0.37%. Feeling hot, hypertension, tachycardia, blood pressure increase, 0.3% of people. Like, what are these, guys? This is what people are afraid of. Are you out of your mind? Are you guys? What's wrong with you? Chest pain, 0.78% of people. Like, this is what you're so afraid of? Crazy, dude. You guys are killing people because 0.3% of people have increased blood pressure. So you feel something. It's unbelievable, dude. Headache, chills. Again, these are all just someone taking a vaccine. All the deaths, guys. Where are all the deaths? Looking for them. Looking for them. Decreased appetite. Uh-oh. 0.4%, guys. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Gnarly. Wow. Jeez. This is your guys' VAERS website. This is your VAERS website, guys. This is what it says. So as soon as you scrub the data of all the people that are just lying on VAERS, guess what happens? Crazy, dude. Here you go. Our post-marketing surveillance survey has provided further evidence on the safety profile of mRNA vaccines in real-world clinical settings. Even if no evident safety issues emerged, a disproportionality was found for one versus the other for some effects, such as myocarditis, Bell's palsy, and anaphylactic reaction. Nevertheless, the known health benefits of mRNA vaccination still far outweigh the known risks of COVID-19 illness and its related possible severe complications, such as long-term health problems, hospitalization, and even death. Yeah, guys, because that can happen with COVID-19. Death. You guys, they're not sending their best, guys. They're not sending their best. We're like, this is just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with chat. You guys are crazy. I'm not premium. It's not a good way to think, bro. Because like the problem is that one, they become reservoirs for nonsense, and it impacts everyone. Yeah, squeebs, exactly. So like compared to an actual study with a journal rank of, you guys see this at the top here, 99%. The journal rank is 3.2, so it's in the 99th percentile, right? Once you scrub the data for and actually make sure that they're confirmed events and they can actually relate to something, all of a sudden, all of this stuff goes to shocking. None of that exists. And then on top of that, even if you took their own data, it's 0.00004% death rate, which is incredibly small. It's incredible. We lost 1.2 million people in the United States, which is way more than the 0.000006%. That's the death rate of the vaccine. It's like, it's so obvious. Journal ranks at the top here. You'd like this, Heather. You'd like this. It's a Google Chrome. It's a Google Chrome thing called Lazy Scholar. So Lazy Scholar is it's a way to quickly check all the journals' impact factor and legitimacy, and you can actually find it. Oh, thank you, user 139. I'm so happy that you're projecting your own ego problems onto me, but I promise you, my friend, I do not have an ego problem. Yep, that's what it's called. Yeah, because Dianis, there are like people who actually publish in science and actually create create a body of knowledge that people can actually learn from. And we use tools and we use like extensions and we use stuff in order to help build that knowledge. That's what, yeah, you can look it up. You can look up the scholarly impact of the work. So right here, for example, your related public citations at the top here at that 190, 199, that's 0. Your journal rank, 0. Your percentile, 0. That's the thing. What's the website? Bear? What do you mean? Are you talking about the we were looking at Science Direct for a publication, but the Lazy Scholar is the Google Scholar add-on, the Google Chrome add-on that I use to look at all the ranks and the journal ranks. Yeah. Exactly, pirated. They don't even know what R naught is. I think R naught for SARS-CoV-2 Delta was like 1.2 or something like that. So it's higher than 0, but I know what you mean. Oh, hey, what's up, Dr. Joe? Guys, follow Dr. Joe. He just did a fun video, had a bunch of people in it. You know, kind of a cool. Maybe we should watch it. Let's see if we watch it right now. Guys, follow this. We'll watch it. You know? There's some conspiracy. Oh man, someone's live right now.
Scientists are fighting.
What? Whoop.
Scientists are fighting back because currently funding is being pulled and misinformation is being spread from every angle.
What?
As such, I've assembled a team of scientific avengers, some of the biggest scientists and educators.
Misinformation's being spread on this app? From who? From who? Dianis? Who would be? Follow, guys. Follow and look at this. Watch this video, guys. It's too loud? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Here we go.
It is on TikTok, all in one mega video debunking the biggest scientific myths to date. With these myths ranging from physics to cancer to vaccines, and where better to start than the beginning, the very beginning, the Big Bang. At least, we think it's the beginning, right, Blitz?
Hi, I'm Dr. Blitz, and you may have thought that the Big Bang was the beginning of the universe. And if you...
Dude, I was like... Honestly, I was like, yeah, I thought so. I was like, my Dr. Bliss he's like teaching me right here. Like, I'm not genuinely, guys. I was like, he's linking something that I didn't understand. I thought that this was a really cool point. I guess I had not understood this and put this together. He explains it really well here.
lived prior to the 1980s or so, you would probably be aligned with most physicists. However, since the 1980s, with the advent of inflation, we're just not so sure anymore. Instead, we think of the Big Bang as a description of the rapid expansion of the universe from a hot, dense state about 13.8 billion years ago. But the question is that hot, dense state really the beginning of the universe? We just don't know.
That's crazy. I didn't know that, guys. I literally have like learning. He's talking about. This is crazy, guys. I'm like learning physics. I'm such a noob at this stuff. He's talking about cosmic inflation. That's what this thing is. So that's what this is. And then there's this beautiful picture. Okay. This is an actual picture here. Oh shoot. Yeah, this is it. Inflation's like this first thing, the Big Bang, and then it goes into here. It's like the exponential increase of like how we understand what the Earth is. I'm so confused. Cosmic inflation. There's another one. There's another one that it was really cool. Cosmic inflation. This. Here. Dude, what a cool picture this is. It's like, there we go. So that's what this is. That's what this thing is, guys. See how like you have the inflation is the point at which between the beginning and this exponentially increase and exploding idea of where the background microwave comes from. Like, what? I'm like, what? Like, I had no idea, guys. I'm like so new at this. I have no, I like the whole physics world is so like a foreign language to me. But that's what the cosmic background is. It's basically the how hot or the concentration of these things were right after the Big Bang. It's wild. It's really interesting, man. It's wild to me. Physics is so crazy to me. I'm such a noob. I know nothing. I know nothing even about like microbiology. So like going into physics, I'm like, yo, this is wild stuff. It's just so hard for me to understand. Yeah, Shelly, of course, but like that doesn't mean that I actually understand it. Yeah, I mean, like for that it's yeah, I mean, I don't even feel like I understand microbiology, and I have a PhD in microbiology. I mean, what do you mean? Physics is very hard. It is very hard. Yeah.
Interesting. But who trusts the Big Bang Theory anyway? I mean, it's just a theory. It's like evolution. It doesn't mean it's true. Right, Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike. Now, evolution is a fact, not just a theory. It refers to genetic changes in populations over time, which we can...
It's a really good way of explaining it, guys. Evolution is just the change of allele frequency in a population over time. I got my PhD in microbiology. It was on the delivery of DNA into algae chloroplasts with carbon nanotubes. So basically, I was like one of the first people to interface algae and nanotechnology together into kind of like a new frontier of new science. So yeah, I mean, so like it. Oh, cool, Night Flyer. So yeah, guys, like you can't really like allele frequencies change over time. There's really nothing. There's nothing to say that it doesn't happen. What's up, Super Awesome? How's it going? Welcome in, man. So if it's like, of course they change. So I mean, we can see the evolution through natural selection and human selection too. Human selection is like the stuff that we see from farming or dog speciation. That's all from like human selection, but it's all the same change in allele frequencies in that population over time, right? So it's to crazy. It's to say that evolution doesn't exist. It's absolutely blows my mind. That's exactly it, Dianus. I don't even. I don't even want to
directly observe. Now, evolution via natural selection is a theory, but in science, a theory is not just a guess. It's an evidence-based explanation for observed facts. In the case of evolution, it's backed by the fossil record, genetics, and anatomy. So saying evolution...
For real, how crazy is it, guys? How insane is it that that Darwin predicts natural selection, origin of species by natural selection, and then like genetics, like we don't even know genetics is real, and then DNA sequencing comes out and just like, just boom. I mean, how incredible is that it just lines up like perfectly? I mean, it would be very easy for that not to be the case, right? I mean, but what an incredible theory that was backed by so many different parts of evidence. And then of course it lines up because it has to, right? Because DNA has to match and flow with everything that we see in the morphological and all, everything that we saw before that. It's just so sick. It's amazing. I think, yeah, I mean, Pirate, I agree. It's like, it happens. Like it's a breeding within a population that breeds together. Your alleles are going to change over time, and your allele frequency will change over time. It's just like mutations and the power of DNA and the changes of DNA are self-evident when you see it.
Evolution's just a theory is like saying gravity is just a theory, but we can measure gravity directly. Theories like general relativity explain how gravity works.
Thanks, Mike. Another myth debunked, and probably time for some lunch now. As you know, if you're struggling from diseases, you need a balanced diet.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we can. You don't think that we've gone to the moon, dude? Like, come on, bro. Like, what's going on with Mars? What are the rovers doing if we can't go to the moon? This is just nonsense. Like, come on. Bad Bears, what's up? Oh, dude, we just did a Bears thing. We just went through open Bears, dude, and we actually just discussed a Bears study and stuff. So, yeah, man. The rovers? You don't think the rovers exist, Surf? Are you serious? Oh my gosh, you guys, that's so sad.
No special diet will help cure your cancer. Anyway, let's explain it, Snitch.
My name's Ella. I'm a master's student in physiology. Let's debunk the myth. Keto and fasting diets will starve and cure cancer. Cancer does not care about what special diet you're on. Cancer cells will steal energy from healthy cells and leave them to starve. Even without restrictive dieting, cancer patients already struggle with eating enough to maintain their body weight. 1 in 3 cancer patients are diagnosed with an excessive and inflammatory weight loss condition known as cachexia. Cachexia takes the lives of up to 20% of all cancer patients each year and increases a patient's risk of death by upwards of 60%. So restricting your diet and options might make weight loss even more aggressive and worse.
Thanks, Snitch.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Bad Bears. Thank you. Yeah, I think Bad Bears is a good website. What was that one that you said again, man? What was it Bad Bears, the Twitter? There it is. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about Bad Bears later, man. Thank you, Bad Bears. Yeah, you're right, Surf. You're right. It's the rovers are a conspiracy. You're totally right. Open, what's up, dude?
It's best to try and stay healthy. I mean, we want to stay as young as possible, but eventually we'll all get old and some of us will get dementia. And dementia is just a normal part of aging. At least I think it is, right, Toby?
Hi, I'm Toby the neuroscientist. And the myth is that dementia is just a natural part of getting older. This isn't the case. Dementia is an umbrella term that we use to describe a set of symptoms associated with decreasing brain health. In order to be classified as dementia, these changes, these symptoms have to affect someone's ability to go about their day-to-day life, but this doesn't have to include memory loss. Dementia is caused by different physical diseases of the brain, the most common of which being Alzheimer's disease. But the different diseases that cause dementia all affect the brain in different ways, and this certainly isn't a normal part of aging.
So 4 myths.
Interesting, because I like. Huh. I'm sorry to hear that, Mark. Dang, really pirated? Oh man, I gotta get some more REM sleep, dude. Gotta get my CPAP. Huh. Diana, yeah, for sure. That's a huge part. Thank you for your contribution to chat, Diana. I really read all of your messages. Thank you so much for being here. 35? No, I'm so sorry. Sir, what are you talking about? You begged your friend not to get chemotherapy? What are you talking about, dude? What? You're a psychopath. Get in the box, dude. God, you guys are such... God, I seriously can't. What's up with this round of like anti-vaxxers in the last 2 weeks, dude? You guys are just absolute pussies. It's like really so frustrating. You guys were so much more brave. And I guess I dumpstered more like of you than I should have. You know, I should have been nicer. And I feel so bad. You guys are just being such pussies lately. It makes me so mad. Anyway, sorry guys. Sorry, back to this thing. Sorry, Dr. Joe, I apologize on your video. Guys, watch this video, by the way, too. Just because we're watching doesn't mean that you don't have to, okay? I want you to go and comment. That's the number one thing you can do in order to help the algorithm. Go and comment. So, right? You guys going to do that? Are you going to do that? Oh, Ooj. What's up, dude?
Down and 4 myths to go. And while we have a moment, I just want to recommend that you follow to get access to the latest scientific information. And let's thank
Dr. Joe Science. Dr. Joe _science, guys. What's up, dude?
What are you saying, G?
Huh?
What are you saying? Hello, in other words.
Yo. What's up?
So you just said all you anti-vaxxers are pussies. This is a funny comment.
Yeah.
I was never an anti-vaxxer in my life. And even when the COVID ones came out, my first reaction was, if I have to have this to go to Glastonbury, I'll get it. That was my first response. So I wasn't immediately skeptical. I only became sort of not sure of these things as time went on and information came out and we saw how it was all developing. So yeah, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I didn't oppose them at the start.
All right, so cool. So what are you going to do about the Florida undoing all their vaccine requirements? How are you going to help that? Because that's your people. How are you going to do that?
I don't think anybody should be required to put anything in
their
their
body. Well, no, they're saying that if all vaccines are bad now. It's not just like that one. So those are your people. So what are you going to tell people in Florida that vaccines are safe in order to get?
No, they're not.
No, that's what you just said. You're not an anti-vaxxer. So what are you going to do? I want to cut and highlight what you're saying right now, and we're going to send it to the people of Florida. And you're going to talk good about vaccines right now.
Well,
what
the concept of the basis of all human rights, the most basic.
No. We're talking about they're saying all vaccines are bad, and you're no. They're removing, and the RFK is saying that all vaccines are bad, and they have all of them have side effects that are worse than the disease. So I want you to talk pro-vaccine right now because you're not anti-vax. So I want you to strongman and say why vaccines are good. Go.
I'm not pro or anti-vaccine. I am pro freedom.
Okay, no. We're not talking about freedom right now. We're talking about how RFK is saying that vaccines are more dangerous than the disease that they protect from. So I'm giving you the chance right now because you said you're not anti-vax. I'm giving you the chance to say and do what you are. Go.
When it comes to the COVID jabs, that's probably true. They're more dangerous.
They're removing MMR. They're removing all these other vaccines. Let's go. Let's hear your truth. Say how awesome vaccines are.
Well, obviously you're being a troll because that's not.
No, that's exactly what you said. That's what you said, that you are not anti-vaccine and that you are. Go ahead. Say that vaccines are safe and effective.
Right, you let me speak for more than 5 seconds.
Are you gonna say what you are, or are you just going to? Are you going to lie to me?
Yes, I will. Yes, of course. I'm somebody who looks at the evidence in front of me and decides whether or not that's something that I think is worth taking.
Okay. So tell me which vaccines are safe and effective to you.
I don't know. I haven't done research into those ones. I had
Okay, so then you have no idea what you're talking about. So then what are you talking about in saying that whether or not any of them are safe and effective when you have RFK going around and saying that more people have died from the vaccine than people have died from the disease?
The only jabs that I've looked into forensically and paid attention as to whether or not there's a safety and efficacy profile that is worth, that is good enough, is the COVID jabs, and they do not have a safety or efficacy profile that is good enough to recommend to healthy people.
Okay, well, one, that's nonsense and you're wrong. But let's just say that you're right. Let's just say the dribble that somehow dribbled out of your mouth just now was somehow correctly, and it's not. Let's just say that it is though. But your words are being used and are actually being construed that all vaccines are bad. So this is your fight now against people that are completely anti-vax. So now it's your fight against people that are completely anti-vax to convince them, because right now you're enabling these people. So I want you to sit here and tell people like that are in the chat right now that are anti all vaccines. Tell them that they should still get MMR, and because you don't want to get measles right now.
I can't tell anybody in the chat anything if you keep talking over me.
Well, tell them.
Right. Most people have stopped taking the boosters, right? And they're
I'm
all
not talking
fine.
about the COVID boosters. Stop changing the subject. We're talking about vaccines, not more than just the COVID ones. Stop going back at it. I don't care. I know that you're brain looped on this one virus and this one vaccine that you've actually done any type of research on, but I'm telling you that the actual the real world implications of your guys's contrarianism has gotten us to the point where now these people don't agree that any vaccines are safe. So now we are enabling measles to spread and polio to spread for the first time in 70 years. So again, convince someone that is anti-polio vaccine to take a polio vaccine.
Well, actually, there's a good argument to say that sanitation was mainly responsible.
Okay, so
for
you're just a
reduction.
fucking moron. You're an idiot. This is the problem. This is the problem, you guys. You guys get in here and you get absolutely dumpstered every single time, and that's what happens. You guys get absolutely dumpstered every single time. You come into the box and you have no idea what you're talking about, and you get absolutely demolished every single time. It's just unbelievable how you people have no information about anything, and you come in here and I'm not anti-vax. I'm just anti-COVID vax. Okay, then say something good about a vaccine. Oh, I can't say anything. Okay, so then you're anti-vax. If you can't say a single positive good thing about any vaccine, then you have no idea what you're talking about, and you are anti-vax. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with your brain? So you are anti-vaccine because a lot of you, and because the problem what's actually happening is people like him, that guy, that troglodyte, he's being led on by you guys in chat. He's the one that's being misinformed. That's the thing, is that he's being misinformed. He actually thinks that you guys, the anti-vaxxers, the real anti-vaxxers, he thinks that you guys are just waiting for a safe vaccine and you'd still take vaccines. But I know you guys in chat, and I know that you guys don't believe in germ theory, and you don't believe that viruses are real, and you'll never take a vaccine. So that guy is being absolutely misled by people like you guys in chat, and that's what's the problem. People like Surf, User 139, or whatever you guys are. You guys won't get into the box. You won't get in here and defend your positions. And that's what happens. And every single time that you do, you guys get absolutely dumpstered. So, because you're absolute pussies. That's why. Unbelievable. Oh, we need to talk about, yeah. Okay, here you go. Here you guys go. Guess what? You know what actually causes autism? You want to talk about the adjuvants inside? You know what actually causes autism, guys? Organic food sales. You ever think about that? You ever think about that? No, guys, it's not vaccines. It's actually organic food sales. More organic food sales, more autism diagnoses. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Huh? Oh, exactly. Exactly, fired it. Exactly. Bad virus, smallpox. Amazing. What did we eradicate with natural foods, guys? Dude, you don't think that the Amish are being absolutely devastated by measles because they don't have any herd immunity? So again, you guys need to get in the box and actually defend yourselves, but you don't, and you say you just sit there behind your keyboards, and you need to get in the box. You're afraid. That's what things. You live in fear and you're afraid. Hi, Nicole. How's it going?
Hi, doing great. How about you?
Good.
This is the first time I've talked like this on there,
Cool.
so excuse me. Very professional. My thoughts are with the anti-vax people that believe in that is that it's our education system. It all comes down to our when kids and teenagers are not taught about how the human body works and how vaccines work. They don't understand and are intimidated. I feel like a lot of people that are anti-vaxxers are intimidated. It can be intimidating to talk to people that are are like smarter in these different areas, and I get that. But I just feel like a lot of it is like they're intimidated by people that have more education, which is sad, but that's
Sadly,
where we're
so I think that you had a really good point prior to 2016, but I actually just did a video on this today. Nothing correlates stronger right now with anti-vax people than politics. Democrat versus Republican is the only thing that correlates this strongly. Education does not.
No, I'm thinking like
Yeah.
education. So like kids, people are understanding what vaccines are and what they're used for and how they help us is more of my thought. I actually have a short fuse with people that refuse to vaccinate because of my educational background and working in research all these years. Like I know the science is there. I've seen it. I've done it. I've worked in labs. I mostly worked in oncology, but I've seen it. And so to have people that don't believe in it and they have all these other theories, it's just survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Like I don't know, like Florida and all their anti-vax and they're not doing anything for the children. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, their kids are growing up and they need these, they need to be exposed to these vaccines and stuff. So once they get older, their immune system can function.
Yeah, exactly.
correctly.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, just letting them die off, is not a good idea when they spread disease to us so much.
Exactly. Well, like babies and
Mhm.
other immune compromised people with HIV and everything, some people cannot have certain vaccines, and to
Yeah.
protect and love one another. This is why we do it. I grew up in a military family. You take your vaccines because you know what? They save your life.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I just
Yeah,
feel like
5 million,
sad and
5
children
million
don't
people
know.
worldwide are saved every year from vaccines. 4 million of which are children.
I know, and it's just crazy these days. To think that people don't think that they need these. We have so many more people in our world now than we had in the past.
Exactly.
And so, with science, rats in a cage, you get more and more individuals, and diseases break out. and things like this happen. It's just that's just what happens. I don't know. I just feel like some way like the anti-vaxxers might feel like maybe bullied, maybe they're unsure of what they know about the world. And so some of me, I feel some sympathy for that. But on the other hand, I'm thinking about all the other people that can't get vaccinated or immune compromised, because I don't know. I was raised to think of others, and I'm on board.
I think we've coddled them like in our society way too strongly, and we've allowed them to persist by not like engaging with them. So I think that we have to engage with them, show them how they're wrong, but then give like compassion and love and give them a helping hand up, because they need to change their mind, and they have to be welcomed back into society by just getting a vaccine, getting and doing looking out for other people.
Exactly. Thinking of others than just yourself, because that's what's going to kill people. If you lock yourself inside, you don't go outside, you don't go out and be around other people in the world, you are not putting enough stress on your immune system. I really believe that when you're around people and you're out inside the environment, it is beneficial for us to have our immune systems to be like, challenged in those ways, because that's how we make our antibodies. So I just feel like, right. But I do have one question about the COVID virus. So I learned in virology that COVID, the actual COVID virus, is the cold virus. However, it mutates constantly. So my question about is the vaccine, is it more just they're providing more antibodies so our immune system recognizes it faster? Or I kind of just don't understand that part.
Yeah, it's a coronavirus. So it's a coronavirus, and basically the furin cleavage site, which is the handle it uses in order to lock onto the ACE2, in our cells, is it's unique. So that's why it's called a novel. There's a novel coronavirus because we didn't have any antibodies for it yet. So that's why we had to get that. That's why it was the problem.
That's why it's important to introduce our immune system to it now, so that our immune system starts recognizing it. I mean, our bodies are incredible. It's just, I don't know. I feel bad for people like the anti-vax people that have that such strong opinion. It makes me sad that people are so scared of trusting, like actual science. And, it's just, and like maybe they're intimidated. I don't know. I just feel like it's sad, and it just,
They live in fear. Anti-vaxxers live in fear of what they don't know. And that's the problem, is that because they don't understand something, they cower away and put their head in the sand, as opposed to just trusting expertise, that expertise exists, but they don't listen.
And that's why people go to college and get educations, to learn these things, to help other people. I mean, come on. Anyways, I kind of just wanted to say that, and I've never really talked online.
Awesome. Yeah, well, thanks for coming on for the first time then. Nice.
Yeah. And I just enjoy your channel, and I enjoy listening and looking at other people's comments, and really appreciate what you're doing. I really do. And I just wanted to say that part too.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you being in here. All right, have a good one. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Welcome. Bye.
All right, Rora, and then Cousin Blue. Hi, Rora. How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. I'm actually autistic, so
Okay.
Sorry, I just woke up actually.
Okay.
Just get very angry personally when people connect autism to vaccines in that way, because they make it sound like we're not a part of society, and that autism is so bad that you'll get autism if you have vaccines. And yeah, it gets me really angry and uncomfortable, and knowing that my own grandmother is actually against vaccines, it kind of, well, it hurts. So yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
it's it's a lot of people that I think that they mean well, but they are they're hurting people and using autism as a scapegoat, and I think that that's why it's so unnecessary, and so they're basically making a correlation to something that doesn't make any sense. Like this is the one that I showed. So like the autism rate diagnoses perfectly
Yeah.
aligns with organic food sales. So like obviously the correlation here is perfect, but is it causative, right? Is it causative that is organic food sales causing autism diagnoses to rise? Like, no, of course of course not, right? But correlation is not causation. But how do we understand causation? How do we understand the mechanisms of how things actually work? Is through science. And unfortunately, these people don't listen to science. They don't care about science, and they don't care about the scientific method. And the whole autism and vaccine myth started in 1997, and it's been discredited multiple times. The researcher that originally did put that paper in lost his license for fabricating data, but it still goes on. People still want to cling to that idea, and it's gross. I mean, there's vaccines get tested very readily all the time for their safety, and they get tested to make sure that they don't cause any adverse side effects. And the biggest one that's to date that just came out this week or last month is 20 years with 1.2 million kids, and it showed no connection between any of the ingredients of vaccines and autism. So it's just it doesn't matter, because these people that they just don't accept science, unfortunately, and they don't they just want to have, they're anti-vaccine, and a lot of them, if you'll believe me, it's just true, they don't even believe that viruses are real. So a lot of them, they don't think that viruses cause disease, and so they think that if it's very easy for them, right? If viruses don't exist and they don't cause disease, then only the adverse side effects are left with vaccines, right? And there's only the negatives for vaccines, and that's what they think. So they're so mad that vaccines exist that they have to use a scapegoat, and they're searching for whatever correlation that they can find. What's also increasing with the rate of vaccines, and autism is just an easy handle for them to grab onto, since we do have like an increasing rate of autism cases, right? But it's because we're picking them up earlier at an earlier age, and we have autism's a spectrum, and we have more different types of autism that's being found earlier and earlier, wider and wider. And it's the same reason why we have later adult autism cases that are rising too, right? Because we are catching those later and later, and it's because these parents that are like, their kids are being diagnosed with autism, and then they're like thinking about some of those symptoms, and they're like, oh, maybe that's me actually, maybe that is. So they're having a rising case of adult autism diagnoses too. So it's just like everyone's a little neurodivergent in some ways, and I think that there's just like more of a it's a weird focus on it, and everyone's different, and that's what's awesome. Everyone has like a different approach, everyone has a different way of being, and that's what makes you you, and that's what the awesome thing about diversity is, right? You have more thoughts, more minds, more different approaches on the same problem, and that's how we solve things. That's what's awesome about it.
Yeah. I mean, I was diagnosed like 3 years ago, and when I got diagnosed, my own father was kind of like, "Oh, well, I am a lot like you, so maybe I also have it." So he went to talk to someone, but it cost a lot of money, so he didn't want to try to get a diagnosis.
Yeah.
But I'm also trying to get a diagnosis for ADHD because it also really resonates with me. But I really don't understand why they only kind of go for autism when autism and ADHD kind of like, they're a lot alike, but they're also very different at the same time. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I don't know why. That's a good point. I don't understand why they're linked. You know, I think it's probably because of that paper, that's discredited paper, and now that they have that one thing, they can point to it. These people still link to it, by the way. It's retracted. The date is completely fabricated. People still say, "Oh no, man, that means that's why it was real." You know, they retracted it because that's, you know, how the man, you know, that's why they did it, because he was brave. You know, that's what they think. So it's exhausting, but it's incredibly frustrating. I think that, yeah, I think it's just it's okay, you know, it's okay to be different. In science, we have a lot of different ways. Like for me, like I have a lot of different background, like fields. You know, I've hopped around a lot, and I've always wondered if that's like because I had a, you know, like an ADD diagnosis when I was younger. I haven't like defined myself by it as much as like just it's in the back of my mind or whatever. But you know, like but then I think about the ways that I like to hop around to new fields, learn new things. I'm in a lot of different, you know, tangentially related stuff, and I'm like kind of bouncing around, finding new information that I like, you know, and what, 300 years ago, like that would be, you know, I would be a Renaissance man, right? That'd be like, that would be a good thing, right? But now it's like, it's a malady. It's like, no, you have ADD, you know? And I'm like, why are we just labeling things that in a negative connotation? So that's what really frustrates me. But yeah, but then I see someone with like 25 years of molecular biology, and they have like this one like track mind, and they're so far deep in that molecular biology like rhythm, and it's incredible. And I'm like, wow, like where do I turn my PhD in? This guy's so smart. David R. Liu is like that. If anyone's in chat wants to be molecular biologist, David R. Liu, LIU, incredible dude, is gonna probably win multiple Nobel Prizes in his life, and just incredible. But I don't know. I like to hop around, and I like to, hey Missy, how's it going? And I don't know. I think it's weird how we label things negatively in our society now, as opposed to pushing people up and being like, dude, it's so cool that you like these different things. You like this different background. I think that's a really cool thing, and that's what I'd recommend for you, Roar, when you're trying to think about this stuff going forward. This is what makes you. You know, it's the awesome part of you.
I mean, personally, I'm very into history.
Nice.
So I like find something I like in history, and then I dive very deep into it, and I know all the fun facts about it and everything. And right now in school, we actually have a lot about the things that I really like.
Beautiful.
So my teachers are like, "Oh, well, then you should tell everyone what you know and share everything." So yeah, I just really But thank you for letting me up here.
Yeah, of course. No, I have the same thing. Like when you feel like you're in something that you love, it's just it's so weird. You just you can I have this feeling when I hear something in my like a class or something that I really was in tune with. I just know that forever now. Like I just have that in my mind forever, and it's just such a weird feeling, but I just love it. You know, or papers with authors and years and stuff. I just have that information just ingrained in my brain forever. It feels like, you know, you have so much fun. And I think honestly, that is a really good mechanism to know that you are in love with the subject, is like how much time you'll spend on your own, like reading about it. And that's something that I tell people, like when they go to grad school or something like that, like if you're not willing to actually spend your own free time like learning and researching that subject, you probably aren't in tune with it enough or love it enough in order to probably get a PhD in it. Because don't force yourself. Like I wanted to be a medical an MD for a really long time, and I just like wasn't in love with it. You know, I wasn't like doing the time and wasn't like learning about it. I felt kind of forced. But then, you know, molecular biology and changing genes around and genomics and, you know, all this kind of stuff, I was like, oh, this is so cool. and I'm trying to like learn on my free time, and it's like, oh dude, I'm racking up hours on my own, and that's the stuff that I'm like, that I really learn when I'm learning on my own. That's the stuff that I really cement in my knowledge. And yeah, like I would take that. If you're really loving history and you're learning, you're on those Wikipedia rabbit holes where you're going in and just learning all this stuff, like I think that's a good vibe, and you got a good thing going on.
I mean, I personally don't use Wikipedia, but I buy books
Nice.
and go from book sources, and then I go to YouTube videos that have like actual sources as well, because I think sources are very important, and you need to know that
Nice.
what they're saying is the truth. And
Perfect.
yeah.
Nice. What's your favorite history book that you've read recently?
Oh goodness. It was probably, I don't remember the name of it, but it was about Mesopotamia. I don't know how to say it in
cool.
English. I'm not English, so I don't. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Wow, I would not have known. Your English is amazing.
Oh well, thank you. I've been
Cool.
told that multiple times.
Cool. Nice. Awesome. Well, thank you for can I ask you what part of like school you're in?
I mean, oh goodness, I don't know what to call it in English,
Okay.
but I'm in something called VGS2. I'm
Okay.
Norwegian, so
Oh, okay, cool.
like, yeah,
Okay. So it's like college or something? Is that what you
kind of.
Okay, nice. Okay,
I
yeah,
mean, I
upper
am
secondary
18, so
education. Nice. Cool.
I am 18, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just
All
have
good,
to say
guys.
that I am
Yeah,
19.
yeah. Oh, that's cool. Do you want to do like any type of like history or anything afterwards, or like communication or teaching?
I mean, I think maybe, I mean, I'm very good at languages and I'm very good at history, and I really do find it very interesting. And my mom, she has said like, maybe you should become an English professor or a history professor or something like that. And I think that would be very fun personally, because I mean, I think you should be something that you actually enjoy instead of just going after where the money is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I have friends who are like, I just want money. And I'm like, no, go after something you actually like and enjoy.
Exactly. Go do
So-
something. Do something that you will be a world expert in and world class in, and I promise you the money will follow. I promise you. There'll be like people that will like want to pay you, and you'll find a job, based off of that, like that passion that you have. If you're a world expert in something, you can find some way of marketing that. It's different, so nowadays it's, sometimes maybe it's a YouTube channel or something like that. You have your world expertise in something, and now you can make that into something else. It's kind of like marrying two disciplines together, that you like to do, and then that can give you something. So yeah, like that, like this, I like to talk to people, and that I don't know, and I like science. So this is kind of like a natural evolution of that, so
Yeah.
so yeah, that'd be a cool way. Just keep pushing on the thing that you love, like, on your passion. Don't stop.
I will not stop.
Nice.
So yeah.
Good. Nice. Well, thank you so much, Aurora. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome in. Good Trouble Raiders. How's it going? That's so cool. Yeah, man, it's so wild. See, guys, I'm so happy when I see you guys in chat. What's up, GT friends? All right, guys. Nice, dude. Thanks for coming in. It's so cool when people choose this stream and this TikTok thing to jump in and talk for the first time. I think that's always so fun. I always appreciate that. because it's a cool, fresh perspective. That's awesome. I have been. Yeah, I was a microbiology professor, an upper grad microbiology professor at, yeah, but I it was a quarter, and I had done teaching before at TAing before, but then I was a professor for a quarter too. So yeah, 250 kids. It was gnarly. It was insane. Yeah, those people, 250 people in the world know me as Professor Newkirk. Do you agree that the academia world is just not worth it? No, I mean, honestly, academia is incredible if you like it and if you can spring it. I think that it is. Oh, thank you guys for all the gifts. Thank you. Hi y'all. Thank you, Pierre, Angie, Becky. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you guys. Academia is incredible. It's just, oh, thank you, Melanie. Thank you. Sometimes the problem with academia is it can be really cutthroat. It can be really tough, and it can be really hard to get into. Basically, I couldn't move from San Diego, and I would have had to do that in order to become a professor somewhere. So you have to be able to move, especially in the United States. So, yeah. I'm not a medical doctor, Maddie. So so yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I can't say. I'm a microbiology PhD. I'm a science doctor, not a medical doctor. Proudly a science doctor. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, Rainy. Yeah. I mean, you pretty much have to do a postdoc, in order to do it. You need to do a postdoc, which is like 4 years now. So it's crazy. You can't even just do it. The years of the 2-year postdoc are dead. You have to do a 4-year postdoc, which is wild. And then you have to be able to move between those, and the funding cuts in the United States right now are atrocious. So I don't even know if you had your it all guaranteed, I don't even know if you could. So thank you, Chelsea. Academia. I think universities. I think, yeah. I doubt you did epidemiology research, Vibrantly Violet, with your anti-vax stuff that you've been spewing into chat. I don't think that's true at all. I think you were probably like you weren't actually doing research with it. You maybe were a tech or something, like getting coffee, but you weren't actually a researcher. Nice, Nicole. Nice. You should do that. Why is what, Chelsea? Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Vibrantly Violet, you can jump in at any time. You can jump in. Oh, why did the years increase? Because of the competitiveness. It's just so competitive now that that everyone has 2 years, so you have to do 4. Bad Bears. I like that. It is true. PhD is the highest title awarded in academia. You are correct, Bad Bears. I do call physicians. Favorite thing about your field? Oh, okay. By the way, Violet, I requested Violet to come in and invite her, and she said, yeah, sure, Violet. Man, no, I think that microbiology is the final frontier. Genuinely. I think it's the final frontier of biology, at least on Earth. Because, like, we have, if you're talking about percentages, we've actually roamed more and studied more the surface of Mars as a percentage than we have explored the microbes on Earth. So it's like crazy. We've explored like 2%. Whoa, I've never seen that one before. Thank you. We've explored like 2% of the Mars through rovers, but then we've explored like 0.2% of microbial life on Earth, which is just wild to me. So there's so much cool stuff. Don't be rude. Violet, you are like violently anti-vaccine here and spewing disinformation for the last 2 hours. Like what are you? You're just misinfo after misinfo. Ducray for oh, I thought Mars. I thought we had let's check it out. How much of the surface of Mars have we photographed? We a rover. Okay, less than 1%. Okay, then I'm okay. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah. It's less than 1%. Thank you for Ducray. Thank you. So it's less than 1%, but it's like 0.02% for microbial life. So I still think it would be like 300% more. Maybe that was the statistic. Did you see the study of obelisk virus in the gut biome? No. What is that? Obelisk virus gut microbiome. Yeah, exactly. Divine intervention. Yeah. The cultured is crazy, but now with genetic sequencing, hopefully we don't have to just culture everything, you know? Whoa, Steph, no way. Worked on both science rovers, Mars rovers. That's incredible. We do need to study more microbiology. We do. I'm checking that out right now, Pirate. No, it's interesting. For me, it's like easier to understand in the microbes because I can like it's just one organism, one microbe, but it's so interesting how they act and they exist in communities. That's why it's so cool. Shelley Lee, do you believe in scientific method? No, I do not. I do not, Shelley. No. I just believe like what some random dude says to me, you know, and he's like, I actually go to like lawyers actually to learn about science, and I don't ask them for any studies at all, and I just like blindly believe what they say, and I just open up my mouth and I just like shove whatever they put like and I just like take it all in you know, and that's just what I do. I just take it all in. And I just don't even think about it, you know, whatever they're spewing. And he just mama birds me, you know, and it's just like a, you know, it's just like a real, and I just love it. And I say, thank you. So that's just that's how I do it all the time. And I'm like, please, lawyer, please. No, tactile learning. I get you. Yeah, that's not a bad point. I guess as a microbiologist, like you're streaking the plates, so I have like a real familiarity with those things, you know? Believe in what, Shelley? What are you talking about? More mama lawyer. It does, Laura Lou. Thank you. It does. It gets stuck in my mustache, and then I just lick it up. You know what I mean? The stuff that I haven't. Oh, nice. Auger plates. Those are cool. I think someone said, how often do you have to streak them? Oh, I anti-streak them. Oh, that's cool. Have I ever seen a placebo study done on COVID? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you, Shelly, just request up, dude. What's wrong with you? I'm not going to sit here you know, yeah, it's the problem. The problem is that none of you guys last anything. I'm actually so patient with you. That is my how I'm known for. And I just have a history of just dumpstering person after person. I can't rumble foreskin. I can't find them anymore. Oh, finally. Shelly, how's it going?
Good. No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, I thought I was being pretty straightforward. So, I do have a science background. I studied biology. My major is biology. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a bachelor's in biology. And I did work with Mayo Clinic and work with them on some papers.
Okay, cool.
And Baylor. But anyway, my question was, going back to my question I just typed out.
Just before this, I've legitimately I'm like I can't. It's hard to read chat all of the stuff. So if you have like a multi-part question, I probably just missed it. You could probably just start at the beginning,
Okay.
but I'm here for you.
I just wanted to kind of give a real 2-second update about like my background and where I'm coming from. I'm not like getting my information from Google.
That's fine.
Or my preconceived, flat earther, I hate all vaccines, etc. sort of
Okay.
thing. But my question was,
I'll stay here for as long as you want. Like, I'm
okay,
with you.
scientist to scientist, scientific studies, you do different steps in. One always includes a double-sided or double-blind placebo study, correct?
Matters. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
Why? Okay, so why hasn't there been one done on the COVID vaccine?
Okay, describe that experiment to me.
A placebo study is one that's done where they don't administer the drug, and they
Okay.
don't. The double blind means that they don't tell the recipient which they're receiving.
Okay, so you have two populations. You have one that has placebo and the one that has the vaccine. And then what happens?
They study the effects on what the people that got the COVID vaccine, the people that got the placebo, or whatever sort of drug or pharmaceutical was given.
Okay. And then what
But
happens to both of those groups?
I'm not debating the what happens during the study. I'm talking
No,
about.
that's what we're talking about. We're
my-
explaining your experiment on how you would do it. So you have the placebo.
I don't do studies.
I know,
I
but
don't
we're-
do the studies,
I
but I've
know,
learned what the
I'm
scientific
asking,
method
Shelly,
is.
stay
My-
with me. Stay with me.
You stay with me. You're cutting me
Shelly,
off, and
I'm
this
not.
is why I
we're
hesitated going in the
talking-
box.
We're talking one point by 1 point. Okay. I'm trying to see what your optimal experiment would be, and we're going step by step. You have your placebo and you have your vaccine group, and then now what would you do in your ideal study?
Would be to follow what any sort of reputable, knowledgeable, pharmaceutical scientist, medical person who decides to push this vaccine to the general public before it has had long-term study done. What happened to Johnson & Johnson? Johnson & Johnson pushed the vaccine, and guess what? They had to recall it. Why? Tell me why. You know this. Why
Okay,
did they have
so,
to pull
okay,
it? Why did they
again,
have to pull it
you're
from
going
the
to say
market?
whatever you want. We're going to keep going to the same thing because you're not answering the
You're
questions.
not answering my question.
No, because
You're
we're
not
talking
answering my
about your
question.
ideal experiment right now. And
But you're not answering
what
my
your
question.
experiment would be. What your experiment
You're going
would be.
off on a tangent. I
It's
asked
not
you
a
a question,
tangent.
and
You
you're asking me
literally
a
no.
You're
You
answering my
literally
question with
said
another
what your thing
question.
is, and we're gonna talk through it. I can answer your question about the Johnson & Johnson thing afterwards. Where I'll be here for hours. Okay, with you.
Me too. Let's do
Okay.
it. But
Okay, but
can we
let's
start with
talk.
you answering my question?
No,
Why
we're
did
talking about the experiment, and we're talking about it first, and we're gonna go step by step. So you have a placebo, and you have
Yep.
the vaccine group, and in order to be the most scientific as possible, you would
I'm
expose
not using
both
wait a minute. I'm
groups
not
in
using
order
Chat
to
GPT. I'm using my
listen to me.
I'm
Stay
talking
with
to
me. Don't read chat. Don't read chat.
Okay.
Stay with me. You have
I have a
placebo.
science background.
Okay, it's okay. I believe you, and I'm talking to you. You're already here. It's all good. You have your
Okay.
placebo group, which is just getting injected with water, right? To see what natural immunity would be, and then now you have your vaccine group, which would be your vaccines plus like whatever natural immunity you could have, and then you would have both subjected to the same amount of SARS-CoV-2 viral load, right? You would have to have both of them subjected to a virus, right? That's how the experiment would have to be run, correct?
Right.
Okay,
I
and
have
that
never
exactly,
run.
and that doesn't happen. Can you think of the ethical implications of that?
Think of the ethical implications
Yeah.
of all the other studies that these vaccines have had to be put through the rigors to be put on the market in the past.
No, what? Okay, no. So what they're doing, why that is not done, is because, and why that is unethical, is because you are exposing people to a SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19, and that could maim them or kill them for the study. So that is unethical. That even with the vaccine, you could kill some of your participant groups because you're giving them an exposure to a viral
So
load.
how do they test the safety? How do they test the
Okay.
safety before this
So-
hits the market?
Exactly. So what they do is that they express these nucleotides. Okay, they express them in mammalian cells into cell tissue culture first. So they're just cells of like little like humanized like they're liver cells, liver cancer cells, HeLa cells, and they express them. All right, express the nucleotides to make sure that they're making the spike protein of the expected sequence that they want, and then that's the antigen. And then they can do tests on that to make sure that it's the exact one that they have, right? And then you can also make sure that they're creating in mammalian models, you can make sure that in mice with full immune systems now, you can see the antibodies that are being produced. So you have the antigens from the cell tissue culture, you have the antigens from the mice, and the antibodies. And then now you marry that antibody expression data that you have in the mice with that thing that group that we were talking about, the actual trial group for the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine group. They take their blood and they check the antibody that has been produced within those groups, and they see if it actually matches with the original antibodies that were in the mouse models. And they check and they say, okay, it's the same antibody. So that means that it actually makes sense from model to model that we're making the same antibody, and we can check the binding efficiency. Then you can check the binding efficiency of the antibody and make sure that it has, it can be bound to the coronavirus, because you can express the different parts of it. So do you see what I'm saying? Like you can do
I
do
see
it
what
in
you're
parts,
saying.
but that's
I'm
how
letting
they
you
do
talk. Yep.
Okay.
All these people in the comments, I'm listening to you, but saying that I'm not saying anything and
Go ahead.
I'm out. I'm just letting you talk. I'm letting you talk. No, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that there has never been a vaccine that's been put out to market to the general public that has never been tested proactively. Now you're doing what the chat has accused me of doing. You're looking online.
Oh yeah, I'm going to bring up the actual study so that we can look at it together.
Okay. And you're also saying that they have used animal cells
Yeah.
to test viruses that infect human cells. Animals don't get COVID.
Yes, they do.
Animals get COVID?
Yes.
And so why when people get sick in their homes, their pets don't get COVID?
So they have SARS-CoV-2. Okay, we need to be very specific in our thing. So
I've never heard
SARS.
anything. I've never heard anything in the news about that, about
So
pets getting sick and transmitting to their human owners.
okay, so we have to be very specific with our language. So SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID-19 is the illness that's made from that. SARS-CoV-2
Right.
can absolutely be transmitted from animal to animal, and that's where it came from originally. It was not a lab leak. It came naturally from bat coronaviruses first, and then there's an intermediary to a raccoon dog at the wet market, and we have the genetic data, we have the sequencing, we have the RNA sequencing, so we know that it happened there. And then so yeah, that's where it came from, and so we know that it can transmit. So yeah, it could go to your dog. Maybe it's not going to bind to the ACE2 human ACE2 receptor that
So
it does
what?
with humans, right? Because it has an increased binding affinity to ACE2, and that's the difference between SARS-CoV-2 and other coronaviruses, and that's why it causes COVID-19. So that's the reason, the mechanism. Maybe it doesn't cause the exact same COVID-19, but you can actually make.
And I know, Adam, I've worked in vet clinics. These people are saying, I understand that vet animals get viruses. I know that that's a thing. Why then, I guess, is my next part of our discussion, why are they not pushing the COVID vaccines in veterinary clinics?
I don't know. It probably doesn't. I mean, probably could be. I mean, but they aren't. I mean, I don't know.
If we're worried about transmitting COVID, why are we not trying to
They
prevent
were. I
it
thought
from
they
all
were.
sources?
I thought that they were doing
Nope.
vaccinations for COVID in animal
Nope.
reservoir populations. SARS, CoV-2.
Well, what are animal? No, because I
reservoir.
have a couple pets. See, now somebody just said dogs don't get COVID, and people are saying, "Well,
Yeah.
I don't have a degree, and I'm not going to have to sit here and prove that I do have a biology degree and
Don't
prove
read the
mine."
comments. Don't read the comments. It's okay. You're with me.
Right.
It's okay.
So, some people are saying dogs don't get it. No, they don't push COVID vaccines at vet clinics. But then I'm like, well, why aren't they
They probably could.
manufacturing animal COVID vaccines if they're pushing it for humans?
So here we go. Here's a study. So this is from Vaccine, Sharon, December 2021. COVID-19 is caused by SARS-CoV-2, has already affected millions of people worldwide. The emergence of SARS-CoV-2 is a significant threat to our efforts in controlling the pandemic. The effort of SARS-CoV-2 variants on the efficacy of available vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics is currently being investigated. SARS-CoV-2 has been impacted. SARS-CoV-2 has been implicated to be originated from animals due to cross-species jumping and raises zoonotic concerns due to the potential for reintroduction into the human populations via interspecies transmission between humans and animals. That's what we were talking about just before. So natural SARS-CoV-2 infections have been reported in domestic animals, dogs, cats, ferrets, captive animals, tigers, lions, snow leopards, puma, otter, gorilla, and wild and farmed minks. Vaccination of domestic animals can prevent the possible introduction of SARS-CoV-2 into feral populations and the subsequent transmission to wildlife. Although the need to vaccinate susceptible animal species such as cats, minks, great apes might be irrational for a public health standpoint, the successful elimination of SARS-CoV-2 will only be possible by controlling the transmission in all susceptible animal species. So yeah, I mean, you definitely could. We could if we had wanted to, but I mean, it was.
Then why haven't we wanted to? Why, if you want to protect the community and you don't want to murder the people in your community, why aren't we
I probably would have.
mandating like rabies? Like we mandate rabies. Like I have to have, if I want to bring my dog to a dog park, I have to vaccinate for rabies. Why don't I have to vaccinate for COVID for my dog?
Because it's probably not that big of a we have unvaccinated humans like going around already, so it probably isn't that big of a public health concern. But it probably would be nice if we could. But you know, it's like if we were like the difference between herd immunity and not, then it makes sense. But we have such a low human vaccination rate that it doesn't make sense in order to do that.
Well, I'm talking about not now where like people don't really even talk about COVID anymore. I'm talking about like when places were shut down and you had to stand 6 feet from whatever the rules was at Target, and you had to wear your mask when like I'm just saying it's interesting to me that, okay, now we know dogs can get it and transmit it, and it was such a big deal, and you had to show your vaccine passport to, go certain places. Why, if it was such a big community issue,
Yeah.
then
Natural
why didn't
infections of
we?
SARS-CoV-2 has been reported. This is another one. So this is Sharon, same person, Sharon 2021, May 2021. So they've again been reported in pet dogs, cats, tigers, lions, snow leopards, pumas, gorillas at zoos, and farmed mink and ferrets. So again, it's like, we have the evidence. It does happen. And honestly, if we really wanted to and we actually cared about one another, we would. Okay, now they actually have SARS-CoV-2 infection in an Italian pet cat. It looks like there is some like pneumonia that they think with it, so there could be like that doesn't look good. And then they have some SARS-CoV-2 infection in farmed minks, a macroscopic image of infected lungs. So they have that. They have they're looking at a lot of different, so it definitely does happen, but they just we didn't have enough humans vaccinated with SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. So the idea that we would mandate pets to be vaccinated before humans, that's just kind of silly, isn't it?
No, not before. I didn't. Well, no, I don't. I didn't say before humans. I'm just saying with humans. If you remember, and I know COVID is still around. I get it. I believe in viruses. I believe it's a thing. I believe in bacteria. I believe in all that. I know viruses mutate, DNA, mRNA, RNA. I get all of that. But and I know that viruses will always be around, and I get how vaccines work. I know vaccines work. I'm not anti-vaccine. I just think we need to look at things maybe not as a one size fits all. We give how many vaccines now to little children whose immune systems aren't even matured, like 36 vaccines.
Whoa. That is absolutely anti-vaccine, what you're saying. So you just made the jump from like, I'm not anti-vaccine, but I'm just like curious about SARS-CoV-2 vaccines to now you're questioning the entire vaccine schedule for everything. So you're definitely
I'm questioning the schedule.
Yeah.
That's saying I'm questioning something does not mean I'm against something. I don't think, and as a scientist, you should know we should question everything.
Your question, no. This is not where the questioning process begins. This is like there is a scientific consensus, and that we have studies and everything. Just because you don't understand them doesn't mean that that's where you can now come in and question the entire process.
Right. I am always up for learning. I don't claim to know everything. I don't know as much as you do. I will say that, but I know enough where I know the questions to ask. Okay. I know that maybe the mixture of vaccines, the insult to our innate immune system is probably an overload for a 20-pound baby. It probably is.
How would you say that is okay? Again, that's
The
unsubstantiated.
vaccines that you and I got back when we were children is not the same load that we're giving the kids nowadays. That's an objective fact.
No, that's completely false.
We didn't get chicken pox back then. We didn't get pneumococcal.
Yes, what do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Because they've developed new vaccines.
Why?
I got chicken pox.
Why do you think that they have all these new vaccines?
You want my subjective answer or my objective answer?
Well, this is your scientific opinion. You wanted to come and talk science, so I'm curious. What do you feel?
I
what I think is you're going to say some absolutely stupid pharma profit bullshit right now. That's what I think you're about to spew out.
Wow. Well, that's pretty presumptuous of you.
Okay, but prove me wrong. Go ahead.
I think that pharmaceutical companies are getting bigger and therefore saying, okay, we've checked this off our list. What else can we decide to check off the diseases list?
So I'm right. Okay, so again.
I didn't say anything about money. I said
pharmaceutical
objectively pharmaceutical companies are getting
profits
bigger.
once again, they
Can
want to
you
make more
argue
profits, so they want to make more products. I know. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Okay, so think of
Pharmaceutical companies are
let
getting
me
bigger. Yes,
okay.
that is a
Wow,
fact.
incredible.
When they create
What an enlightening
vaccines, they're
what an
looking for
enlightening
the
thing.
next
You're so
one.
erudite.
Fact.
You're so erudite. This is incredible.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Or
Thank you.
or the entire field of molecular biology was invented and we figured out how we could clone pieces of DNA together that made us easy to create vectors for vaccines, and that then we could administer more vaccines. So what do you think would be the more driving point scientifically? The entire field of molecular biology being invented, or a profit motive?
Microbiology wasn't invented back in the 70s? I'm talking about looking at the vaccines in let's say 75 versus 2025.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Molecular biology has just been invented because of the use and creation of PCR. That was the huge turning point in the creation of molecular biology. Yes.
What year was molecular and biology invented? I'm asking because I want to know, because I don't know.
What was the first PCR invention? I think it was 1985.
Okay. So what are the vaccine loads? How many vaccines were given in the childhood schedule in 1985 versus 2025?
Probably a lot more after that.
Right.
So that's awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Because
No,
because there's 5 million people that are alive every year now because the vaccines exist. And now that we protect over 30 different diseases and viruses. I mean, you do realize that the vaccines are safer than the diseases, right? That they protect.
Yes. But
okay,
then,
so then what would be the problem? Then okay, if you agree with that,
let me answer
then
that.
the more the better then.
Let me answer that. I think, yes, vaccines are safer than the possibility of an adverse reaction, effect. But again, as a scientist, you have to acknowledge that there are some people whose immune system, for whatever reason, one or another, cannot handle it. So when you look, you don't think that a person can have there's no way a person can have an adverse reaction to a vaccine.
Absolutely, they can. They can have an adverse reaction to Tylenol. Yeah,
Okay,
of course it happens.
right.
But the thing is, what is the adverse impact of the vaccine versus the actual real harm of the virus or pathogen? When you're trying to weigh these two, we know all the vaccine side effects and we know all the real harms that come with the virus. And we know that the virus is way more deadly and it impacts you way longer and way more. Vaccines are the side effects are pretty much nil comparatively.
For novel vaccines, I'm go back to my point. When things don't have a history behind them, like the COVID, the Johnson and Johnson.
See,
I go back to that.
Again, this is nonsense.
Yes, it goes
This is
back.
the same.
They
No.
had to pull it
This is the same
because
nonsense that
it
RFK
wasn't
is spouting
safe.
right now. It's not. It was safe. You just didn't understand the studies, and it went through all the stages as normal.
How can you say it wasn't? I didn't pull it from the shelf. Who pulled it from the shelf?
Johnson and Johnson did because it wasn't profitable enough for them to make it, because Biden bought so many vaccines at such a low rate that he bought them for
Google right now on your computer.
Google the profit margin
No,
on the
Google
vaccines
right now.
that they
Why
did.
was it
I know
Johnson
it.
and
I
Johnson
know that it was.
No, pull it up and tell me what it says.
I know.
That's not true. It's not true. It's pulled
I have
because
a memory.
it has
I
the
have
heart
a memory. No, it's
effect.
because of myocarditis and because of a very yes.
Because it had an adverse reaction
But
enough to
do you
warrant
know?
pulling it.
Okay, so what's the myocarditis rate of COVID-19?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So this would be really good for you to know right now. It would be really good for you to know this knowledge, and I'll tell you it because I know it, that the myocarditis risk of a COVID-19 infection is 580% larger than the adverse side effect rate of the vaccine. So if you really cared about myocarditis, what do you care more about? the adverse side effect, or 580% more with COVID?
I trust my look, if I
What
was
is that answer? What is that answer? You 1 or
I would rather
580? What's the
I've
bigger
had
number?
COVID. I've had
What is
COVID.
what is it? 1 or
I don't know.
580? Which is the bigger number?
Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot.
Well, which I'm
When
asking
people
you,
speak
what
to me-
is
when
the
people speak to
myocarditis
me-
risk of the adverse of the vaccine
You've
versus
already
COVID?
called me stupid. You've already called
Tell
me
me what
stupid.
tell me
You
what the
speak to
answer
me
is
like
there.
an idiot.
Tell me what is the myocarditis risk therefore of the vaccine versus COVID? Which do you care more about?
Obviously, I care more about. I want the one that has less risk. Obviously,
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
that's,
I'm
so the
not an
vaccine's
idiot.
safer than
I'm not gonna-
COVID. Yes,
I
exactly.
don't want to answer
Because
somebody.
no, you don't want to
No, I
answer
just
because
don't
you
wanna
know the answer is
somebody-
antithetical to your
nobody
entire
speaks to me
ideology.
like that. No, you don't speak to me like I'm stupid.
You've been
And you've
coddled too
called
much in
me
your life, and
stupid. Do you speak to
I'm
your
telling you
wife
the
like that?
truth.
Do you call
and
your wife stupid?
I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying that you've been
You
called.
said the word stupid earlier.
You are being
you said
coddled,
stupid.
and facts don't care about your feelings. Okay, I don't care that you're offended. That's what
I'm not
the reality is.
offended.
Yeah, I don't. Doesn't matter.
That-
I am sorry. I'm sorry. This is what you've been coddled too much, and I'm speaking to you like a scientist would, and I'm saying that you have bad data, and I'm peer reviewing right now, and you're failing the peer review. So that's what's happening, and it's okay. We can walk through it together, and I will stay here with you, and we can walk through all the stuff that you want to talk about.
Okay.
But what you're saying isn't correct, and I have to tell you it's not correct.
Okay. Do you know what anti-voltage gated potassium channels are?
What? What? What are you talking about?
So that's a no.
No. What is it? Voltage? What?
I will slow down. Anti-VGKC. Anti-voltage gated potassium channels.
Encephalitis? Okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to have encephalitis with it. It's an autoimmune antibodies to the voltage gated neurons in your brain.
Okay.
There, I taught you something.
Okay. What does this have to do with anything other than you just have a
It
trivia that
comes
you're pulling
on
out?
the antecedent to some people I know personally was a flu vaccine.
Okay. Okay.
There, now you learned something. A flu vaccine brought on a chronic disease. I would have rather dealt with an acute illness than a chronic disease.
Oh, are you? Do you really?
I'm sorry. Did I frazzle your brain? You look puzzled.
Yeah. I already said that there are vaccine side effects, but that doesn't mean that they're more dangerous than the disease. You're just pulled out. Yeah, Guillain-Barré's also exist. Yes, we all know about this. You don't think? Do you think that this is unknown to? Do you think this is unknown to science? What you're talking about?
What's unknown to you, and you're a scientist.
So I don't know a lot of things. I'm not like that. That is not the arbiter of truth. Isn't me. I'm not asking you to. You're not debating me. You're debating the entire field of science. That's what the whole point is.
Maybe there are more things out there that you're not aware of.
Yeah. But you don't think that the AMA knows about this? You don't think that the AAP knows about this? You think that you're smarter than all of medical doctors?
Mouthpiece. Then you're sitting there being the mouthpiece when you still have a lot to. I have a lot to learn. You have a lot to learn.
Oh, famously, I've learned everything that I'm gonna know, and I make that point all the time.
Well,
you're just actually.
I have a lot to
grabbing
learn.
at whatever
I've said that
straws that you can have. What are you talking about? How many people died from the flu this year? Do you understand? Do you know how many?
I don't have an exact number.
12,000 this year, and then 47,000 last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It stopped at 12,000.
Well, probably going to be more than that because we are not at the end of the year. That's usually how time
and they
works.
didn't have any comorbidities like pneumonia, or they were 100 years old.
Okay, so you just want eugenics then. So you're okay with eugenics. It's because anyone that has any type of comorbidities that you're just okay with culling from the population? At what age is it okay for someone to die?
It's never a good age,
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
saying
Oh,
you're
okay.
more
Because I
likely
think
to
that like
die
the
from
yeah.
you're
So
more
so
likely to
the
die from the
Republicans that were
common
like grandma
cold.
needs to die for the economy. Remember that? So you support that. You
No, I
support
don't
killing
remember
grandma.
that.
Because
No.
I do. Yeah, Fox News is
So
all over Fox News.
you went to
Yeah.
me saying grandma needs to die?
Yes,
Wow.
because you're
What
you're supporting eugenics. You're supporting people that have
I'm
disabilities.
supporting
Yes,
eugenics
yes. People that
by
have
asking if these
no, because
people
you're
had anything
anti-vaccine and
else going.
you're not supporting vaccines, and you're allowing people that have genetic predispositions that don't
Wow.
have an immune system and that have cancer treatments and everything like that.
Okay.
You are saying that they should be
Okay.
culled from the population. That is
Oh,
literally
okay.
what eugenics is.
I was asked, no, let me speak now. Give me 1 minute. I was just asking. I was just asking as a scientist, because you look at everything that's going on. You don't just look at it with blinders. You look at everything that's going on. For example, with someone with COVID, when they die, and I had asked you this in the chat, I don't know, an hour or two ago, did those people who died from COVID also have the vaccine? Or were they all unvaccinated people? It's something to consider. When you do studies, you look at everything around, like a detective does. When someone dies of the flu, I'm not sitting here saying, well, she should have died because she was 100 years old and God,
How would you study that? How would you study that if you could?
With the flu or with COVID?
Everything. What would you do in order to know how
Well,
many
if
people
I
died? Wait,
said 10,000 people.
how many
Oh, do
people
you want me
died
to answer or no?
How many people died from COVID? Do you know?
I told you I don't know the numbers,
So
but let's say
1.2 million people.
do you want me to answer your question?
How would you know how many people died from COVID in general?
I would say if you have 10,000 people that died from COVID, if you look at their records, because we're all marked who got the vaccine, I would say, because you can guarantee not all 10,000 of them died from COVID without that vaccine in them. So say, okay, 70% of them were unvaccinated, but 30% died, but they were vaccinated. So you have to look at the vaccine wasn't effective or the vaccine contributed towards their death. You have to look at every contributing factor to an end result.
Okay, so you're right, and it was actually incredible. You're right in that the unvaccinated people died at a 10 times rate of vaccinated people. So your little 270 unvaccinated versus 30 vaccinated people was exactly right on the numbers. So yes, you're right. 10 times the rate of death for unvaccinated people as vaccinated people, even though vaccinated people as a portion of the population were more. So you are more likely to die of COVID-19 unvaccinated. Like, and these rates, you can actually rate this out, that it's about 300,000 people in the United States that died because of vaccine hesitancy. That's what the numbers are.
Okay.
And how you would study this is expected deaths. So we have the baseline rate of flu and everything else, and we can see people excess dying beyond that rate. And that's how we know that 1.2 million people died of COVID-19. That's how we know.
Okay.
So
well,
I can show you the graph actually from the CDC. So this is from the graph.
Okay.
This is from the CDC. So you have on the left-hand side here, these are weekly numbers of deaths. Okay. And then we can go over into these years and these spikes that are happening week by week. If you add these numbers up, this is how we get to the 1.2 million people. And this wave line, that is the amount of people that we expect to die every year. So this is.
I'm sorry, I don't see the vertical line. Maybe it's my screen because I'm on my phone, but I don't see what I see the horizontals a year. I don't see what the vertical line represents.
That is the weekly number of deaths from all causes.
Okay, and the different colored okay, and the colored lines, I'm sorry, are what?
These the horizontal wavy lines, that is the expected amount of the deaths that we have. And these these vertical ones with the star at the top is the weekly amount of deaths that we had in the United States. So this is the expected versus actual deaths.
So the red solid line or the red and the orange are supposed to represent the same line?
They're just
They're just two-toned?
they're like the average and absolute of them. They're just the expected death rate, and we have way more. And that's how we actually know.
Okay. Well, so we had more than basically this graph is saying that we had more deaths than we expected.
The orange one is the average expected numbers of death, and then the red is the upper bound threshold for excess deaths. And then the stars indicates the observed count above the threshold.
Okay.
So that's how we know how people died. And that's how we know 1.2 million people died.
Right. Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm sure that they were counting the deaths.
Okay, because you were saying that you.
No. Sorry. What I was saying was I didn't know that they had for this sort of study had broken it, how much they had broken it down. What I was saying is, like, for example, the flu, they were saying, like, people that died of the flu, what were their comorbidities? Like, they had, did they also have pre-existing conditions? Did they, okay, let's not even talk about age. Let's say you have a 25-year-old that had pneumonia, a 15-year-old that had cystic fibrosis. What else did they have going on other than that? That's
Yeah, but those people have an expected death rate. And that's the point, is that the expected death rate is a constant thing. We know how many people like that, and it averages out in our society. That's the whole point. And that's what we're looking at everyone and see how it's still like the comorbidities and everything like that. It evens out, and that's what the orange and red wavy lines are.
okay.
That flu that includes flu, that includes fat people, old people, all these different types of criteria, and all of them all together come together to have that rate. That's the whole point of this. This is all cause mortality. The weekly number of all deaths from all causes.
Okay. I can't see. It's being cut off part and part of my phone, but I can see the spikes in the lines. Okay.
Yeah. This is from the CDC. I guess before they take it down. I don't know if they will. Who knows? Because viruses aren't real, apparently. I don't know.
Why would the CDC take their own graph down?
They've been scrubbing a whole bunch of COVID stuff. So
What? But why? Why would they telling their own data?
I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
No, I'm legit. That's not sarcasm. I'm legit asking.
Because
I'm legitimately asking.
Because RFK has infiltrated all of the CDC and the HHS with anti-vaxxers, and that graph goes to show that we actually had 1.2 million people die from COVID-19, and you had RFK going on his Senate hearing this week saying that we actually lost more people to COVID-19 vaccinations than we did from the cause of the disease itself. So they're trying to scrub all they can and trying to delete stuff.
And is this new? Have they done this in the past where they've scrubbed data pre-2024, 23, 22?
Well, RFK wasn't the head of the HHS then, and Trump wasn't president.
I understand. That's why I'm asking for those years, pre-24 or pre-whatever. That has never been done before.
They have. Trump won. There was a lot of like data from the EPA and climate change that they were that people did try to download, and they had to save because, again, they scrubbed all the climate change stuff from a lot of servers and things like that. So yeah, it does happen.
I guess I haven't seen hard data on that, so that's why I'm asking. I don't know. I like to ask a lot of questions. I know I have a lot to learn, but I guess maybe that's why I just look at vaccines as like look at things with just more of a skeptical eye, again, I know how vaccines work. I know that they do work. I'm not saying that. I think we just need to, like, for example, and then I'll let you go because I know more people need to want to talk to you. The doctors don't even go over the inserts. When you bring your child in, I'm a mom, doctors never even showed me an insert. You know, box of Frosted Flakes, you can see the ingredients that you're eating. You should be able to see the ingredients of what's being injected right to your bloodstream.
I'll go through it right now. We'll talk.
No, I've looked at them.
Okay,
I know.
so tell me.
I've looked at them.
Okay, I know. So tell me right now. Tell me if this is like a dangerous molecule that should be in the vaccine. 2R, 3S, 4R, 5R, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pentahydroxyhexanyl. Is that okay to have it be in a vaccine?
When something is 10 syllables, do you think that sounds like it should be?
Should that be in a vaccine?
How about aborted DNA, fetal cells?
Should that be in a vaccine?
No.
Okay, that was glucose. That was sugar. You thought that sugar was a poison.
How do you know that? How do you know that's sugar?
Because I'm literally reading it off the glucose
Did you
Wikipedia.
Say, I wasn't even listening to what you were. I don't even.
Exactly my point. That's exactly my point.
I wasn't even listening to what
I know
you were saying.
exactly my point, and I was just saying some long word, and you got scared of it. That's the whole point. Jesus, okay. That's my whole point. You should be a little bit more skeptical next time.
I'm not. How about aborted DNA?
That's not in. That's not in the vaccines.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. If you Google, I can't remember which one it's in, but they do use. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Okay, I'm gonna go get one, and I'll come onto your live tomorrow night, and I will show you.
They use RNA and lipid nanoparticles. It's not in.
It's aborted fetal cells.
No,
yes, it is. I will get that.
No,
I don't have that right now. I will get it from you tomorrow.
It's Google. No. It's Cocker
I
Spaniel.
said Google because I don't have it right now. I don't have a vaccine insert in front of me right now.
It's. I'm sorry, you were lied to, and I'm telling you the truth, and you can come with whatever anti-vax.
Are you saying the vaccine inserts are lying to me? If I'm being lied to?
You thought that glucose was a poison.
I wasn't listening to what you were saying, to be honest with you.
Well, that's the whole point, baby. But these people are lying to you too, and they have
Did you call me baby?
What?
What did you say?
I said that these people are lying to you, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Oh my God.
Can you imagine? I'm not.
You called me Jesus like 2 minutes ago.
Dude, you are so.
You said Jesus. Here's the thing. I will get the aborted fetal cells. I just looked it up like 2 weeks ago because somebody was asking me about it. So I looked it up went to the CVS pharmacy and she pulled out a vaccine insert. So are you saying that I'm being lied to because the insert
you
is
don't understand what's in that vaccine insert, just like you didn't know what the IUPAC name for glucose is.
Okay.
I'm telling you the truth, and you are.
I don't have the vaccine insert here. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have it here.
The thing is those ingredients have been tested. They've been tested, and they're safe. That's the whole point. You don't have the expertise to know what's in a vaccine, and that's okay. You're not going to know everything for everything that happens in the world. But the scientific process and data and people that have committed their lives in order to making a better vaccine are going to look out for you, just like medical doctors are going to be looking out for you, just like the American Medical Association is going to be looking out for you. The American Pediatrics Association is going to be looking out after you too. So it's just like the idea that these people are nefariously all plotting together and there's a world, conspiracy in order to put stuff in vaccines that's going to harm you. That's all lies.
I didn't say that it's a nefarious world and they're plotting to put things into vaccines. I never said that.
It would have to be. It would have to be. It would have to be a world conspiracy for all these pharmaceutical companies all conspiring together in order to put these dangerous things into them on purpose in order to harm people.
I didn't say they're putting things. You're twisting my words
Okay,
now.
so then what were you
You
talking
are
about the
twisting my
vaccine? Okay, so
words.
then what were you talking about the booklet then? What were you saying?
About the what?
What were you talking about the booklet? And you did say about the aborted fetuses and the vaccines. You were
Well,
speaking
I
misinformation.
didn't, but yes, I said those were in them, but I did not say they are nefariously plotting to put dangerous things into your vaccines.
That wouldn't be aborted fetuses in your mind?
That they were like a bunch of them were sitting there plotting like, ooh, what can we put dangerous in the no, I know that there's fetal cells were in there to grow the viruses,
Okay.
to have them replicate. I know the purpose of putting the fetal cells in there. They don't put them in there for nefarious purposes to be like, ooh, let's put some dangerous shit in there.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. You're saying I'm saying that, and now you're putting words in my mouth. You're twisting my words.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that they were using aborted fetuses for the good of science.
Yes, because they used those cells back in the day,
Okay.
like you were saying a while ago, to replicate the viral cells.
Okay. And
Correct? Yes, like you were just saying, but they use animals, they use aborted. Okay, how about I go, I'll look it up, and then I'll come back in here and I will copy and paste the study or the whatever I can find tonight. Otherwise, I'll have to get the copy of the
tomorrow.
insert.
I do this at 9:00 every day, so you can come
Okay.
tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for
Okay.
talking to me, Shelly.
Yep, thank you. Good night.
Back to back, guys. Vibrantly Violet, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good. I was gonna try to make a colored joke, but I lost it. So sorry.
Okay,
What's
well,
up?
there are a whole lot of things I would love to talk about, and I
Okay.
would like to just kind of state a foundational thing. I think if we're debating this topic, we shouldn't use insults because that to me says that it's a person isn't able to debate the actual topic at hand, and it's also unnecessary. So I just want to start with that. But so I have a lot of topics I would love to discuss with you.
Okay.
I'll just go through some of them. Actually, I think the first one that would be the most important to discuss. Oh, and for starters, so I have degrees in neuropsychology and public policy from Tufts University. I did, in fact, study epidemiology in Geneva with a WHO advisor, and I have a lot of things to say about how COVID was mishandled and adjuvants, why that's an issue. I was also vaccine injured when I was, I think, about 12 years old or so by an MMR vaccine. And I also think it's very important to discuss why it's a good idea to delay the vaccine schedule so that infants' immune systems can more fully develop.
Okay.
And also I think it's definitely a valid thing to discuss why pharmaceutical companies would profit from what's going on with vaccines. I would love to see vaccines developed that are safer than what they are right now.
Okay.
But
How
until
will we
you
start there? How
understand,
will we start there?
well, okay, so until you understand how adjuvants work, then we can't have a good discussion about that.
What's your
So
what's your your dream vaccine? Like what is your perfect vaccine?
I think that if, for instance, you're taking a live virus and then destroying that virus with something like UV and then using it as something that's introduced to the body, that could potentially be a pretty safe vaccine. But we don't do it that way.
I mean, that sounds
And
awful. Why would you do that? That sounds like a really bad idea.
why would you say that's awful?
Because you would UV mutate the virus into
No, that's not how it works. Okay, so do you know what a SteriPen is?
That is
Okay, so
absolutely how it works. That is literally how you get
Steripen.
sunburn. By the way, you get a sunburn that your DNA
Okay,
mutates, so the
let me just explain
nucleotides
this.
in the
So a
virus would mutate.
Steripen is
A
something. Okay, are you going to let me speak?
Are you going to
Are you
deny
gonna let
that
me speak?
ultraviolet light actually mutates DNA and RNA?
Okay, so you don't seem able to let me speak. Are you going to let me speak, or are you going to just interrupt me the whole time? Okay, so something like a Steripen, for instance, what that does is people use them when they go out on backcountry camping trips and things like that to kill the viruses and bacteria in their water that they're getting in the backcountry so they can safely drink it. So if you're taking the structure of an actual virus or bacteria and introducing it to the body without altering it, but ensuring that it's dead first, this is what you're giving the body one of the best forms of immunization, because all of the contents of that virus or bacteria are present. This is one of the reasons why the COVID vaccine kept becoming ineffective, because if you're using, it relied on the spike protein. So if you change one, it's like, okay, it's like, here's a good analogy. It's like you have a football team that you're trying to fight, and you get the body to recognize just the quarterback, but then the quarterback changes outfits, and then your body can't recognize the quarterback anymore. Versus a vaccination where you get the body to recognize the entire football team. Then the quarterback can change their outfit, but you still recognize all the other people on the team, and you're going to be able to fight them off. So this is why you want to have a vaccine that's developed to include as much of the virus as possible. But we don't do it that way. We use adjuvants. And the problem with that...
That is not what happened. That is no. That is not how...
Okay.
What are you talking about? That is not true. That's not how it works.
Okay, so how...
No.
All right, you're not able to learn something here, I guess.
No.
Do you
Can I
do you know how adjuvants work?
Okay.
Do you know how adjuvants work?
UV, literally the whole point of the pen is that you're denaturing the proteins and stuff so that they are not active. That's the whole idea. If you just had a pen that just lysed the cells, that wouldn't be a sterilizing event. You could have a lot more
you don't
problems.
understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so
don't
yes.
Let's set that aside.
Yes, no, you're wrong on the UV pen, and that it would be an awful vaccine. And I'm glad that you're not an immunologist. Two,
first off, you don't understand what I'm saying.
So what you're talking about is
don't
diversity.
understand what I'm saying.
Okay, I do. I was literally looking it up, and there's 0 case studies even put by the Cadening group in Switzerland. Their own SteriPen has no case studies to say that it actually is. No, I'm literally looking up the thing that you're talking about.
I'm not saying that this is something that's been developed. I'm not saying this is something that's been developed.
I know,
I'm saying
but I'm just saying
this is
that
an
you're
avenue
wrong.
of research
And
for
it's
a way
wrong.
to develop vaccines that could be safer.
And they're
You
not.
can't
And
say
it's a
it's
bad
wrong
idea.
if it hasn't been studied.
It's a bad idea.
Okay,
And
well-
I'm telling you that it's a bad idea. So I'm just giving you a peer review. I'm just giving you
Okay, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
That's your
it doesn't make any
opinion.
sense. The whole
So
reason
let's
why
talk about
the whole reason why
let's talk
the
about
nucleotide based
and why they're not safe. Let's talk about why adjuvants are
so
not
the
safe.
reason why the nucleotide based vaccines are so effective is because you are able to create the spike protein of the exact sequence that you want inside the body. So you have an antigen that's exactly the same sequence that you want to have the antibody against. And you can marry that antigenic sequence with the one that's during the pandemic, that is the one that's in the population. So that's the whole idea.
So,
an
yeah, I get
adjuvant
that.
is used,
And-
an adjuvant is used in a vaccine in order to get a better antibody response inside of it.
I know.
So you get.
I know. So let's talk about
so they're used in order to increase the efficacy of the aluminum uses
Exactly.
and creates a little like holder for it, and it actually lets out some of the antigen over time so that you can get a better antibody response. It does not. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it actually
I
is
agree.
used
I
for.
agree with you.
Okay, because that's not what you said.
Yes.
It's okay.
No, that's not true. You might have misunderstood me, but
You're using
exactly.
words.
So
Okay.
an adjuvant is used to stimulate the immune system by telling the body that there's something very toxic in the body. That's why they use very toxic things like mercury as adjuvants.
It's
and aluminum.
those are things that are found inside of the of stuff. It's not.
That is what an adjuvant is. It's
Yes.
something that elicits a response from the body where the body is saying, this is extremely toxic. I need to get this out of my body. And it doesn't recognize just the adjuvant. It recognizes anything else that is in the vaccine along with it. That's how they try and get vaccines to work.
Okay.
But one problem with that is that they put things like egg proteins, peanut proteins, different types of, what's the other big one?
There's different proteins and stuff
it-
that they create in order to put it in there with it. Yeah.
I know, and that is linked with the epidemic of people having anaphylactic peanut allergies. Egg allergies are very common.
This is all correlation is not equal causation too. This is
I'm
again,
aware of that.
This is the graph. This is you. Your organic food sales are causing autism. How do you feel about that?
Okay, so that is basically like, are you going to deny
Why
any-
is your food sales, your organic food sales that I know that you love? I can tell that you're an organic
Wait,
girl.
so-
You don't
so
touch
question.
anything genetically modified. Why are you causing so much autism?
Can we continue with the conversation?
Or why are you causing so much autism?
Are you denying that that correlation ever exists
No, but
between
we use,
anything?
We use causation in order to we use science in order to elicit causation. And yes, we've tested this. Ingredients have been tested and they are proven to be okay. I'm sorry, but this just isn't true.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so first off, as
Do you believe that
someone with
viruses
a
are real? Do you believe
with
that
someone
viruses
with-
are
as-
real?
I have a neuropsychology degree.
Do you believe that
I've
viruses are
studied
real?
epidemiology. Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me, are viruses causing disease?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll have to believe you. I mean, I might have to go through the list. I'm a little weird. Do you think that the virus came from the lab and leaked from the lab?
That is now the global consensus, whether you believe it
Okay,
or not.
That's not true. That's not true. Okay.
We can get
okay,
into
Moon,
studies that
do you,
we can
there's
get
no
into
scientific,
studies.
There's no scientific proof that it ever came from the lab at all. Zero.
There were.
None.
There
There's not
were
a single piece of
13.
scientific evidence. No, there's a
Are
zero.
you going to let me talk?
Well, there's no scientific evidence that links
That's
it
not
to the
true.
lab. Yeah,
That's
what
not true.
Okay, what link it?
Okay, for starters,
Link it.
there was a study done. I'm trying to have a conversation with you right now. Are you going to be like, can we have a conversation, or are you just going to be like ridiculous about stuff like that? Can we have a conversation right now?
I'm waiting.
Okay, so there was a study done where professors from I think it was something like 13 different universities, they studied the likelihood of this being, hello? Okay. They studied the likelihood of this being a organic species jump from one species to another. The odds of it were, you had better odds of
What's the
being
name of
struck
the
by
study?
lightning.
That's
And-
completely false. That doesn't make any sense. All the
No,
other
I'll tell
pandemics
you
that
why.
have ever existed in the world are all zoonotic spread, except for this one conveniently. How
That's-
odd, how crazy.
Can I continue with it? The reason why that's the case is because they found a 13 genetic sequence
furin
mutation
cleavage
in the
site, and that's
virus.
wrong. No, it's not. It doesn't. No, the furin cleavage site. That's been debunked so many times. It's just wrong.
No, it hasn't.
Oh,
Why
okay,
were
thanks.
there
Thanks.
why were there professors from all over the world who came together for this study?
Guess what? Those people are my peers, and they're fucking wrong. I don't care what they say.
Okay, you disagree with them.
No, because
but
I don't. No,
science
no, no.
is
They don't. I don't disagree with them. I have science on my side, and I have all these other studies. I have Picard 2022, Aurora B 2022, Picard
Okay, so here's the
2024,
thing.
Chris Christoph 2025. Like I can go through
Science.
all these studies, and I can actually give you sequencing data of the RNA virus with the DNA sequencing of the raccoon dog, stall by stall. I can give you sequencing of the bat coronaviruses, of the caves that they have, which have all the pieces of your furin cleavage site that have obviously recombined in order to find that. We have molecular forensics to show that this particular SARS-CoV-2, this coronavirus, has the epidemiologically signals that it came from a bat, not something like a camel, which is where SARS-1 came from. We have all that independent evidence, and you have like this one email chain from this one dude, Peter Daszak, and Eco Health Alliance, and this guy like knew this guy, and Peter Daszak, like, you know, it's just nonsense. Not what science
Okay, so
is.
it sounds to me like we're having a conversation about adjuvants, and then you switch topics to something that you have a laundry list of things to throw out there.
Because you're a conspiracy
and then you're
theorist,
harassing.
and I want to see if you actually understand.
Okay,
and I believe
that
what you're
goes into
saying.
insults. That
Okay.
goes into insults.
I don't care about if you're offended.
First
I
off,
don't care if you're offended right now. I'm sorry.
well, insults
You've
show
been
that
coddled your entire
you
life.
can't do it.
It's okay. I'm okay
I've
with
heard
it.
that line many times
Good.
tonight. It's
Okay.
kind of getting old.
Okay.
But,
So, do you believe in the moon
so
landing?
do you believe that? Oh, please.
Do you believe in
Will
the
you-
moon landing?
will you
Can
really
these are
stop?
fast.
That's just
these are
insulting.
fast. These are fast. Then just say that. Then
Yes,
just say it.
I believe in
Okay,
the moon
s-
landing.
okay,
Can we get back
okay,
to
is flat
vaccines?
Earth-
Because I
no,
think
yes,
that's what
yes,
we're
we
trying
can.
to talk
Yes,
about
we
here.
can. I just need to see where your
You're
scientific
just being
consensus.
really insulting.
No, okay, but you know what? Guess what? 90% of the people that I talk to believe in all of this. So this is. I just need to test the
Okay, well,
grounds
guess
for
what?
scientific
Guess
consensus
what?
right now. I need to make sure.
Science
I know.
is built on theories. It's built on people having studies that contradict
And you're not
each other.
it. And you're not
then
it.
you
And I'm
look
telling
through
you,
the
you're not it.
information.
You're not that. You're not that. Okay. Do you think that flat Earth exists?
Okay, you don't seem able to
Okay.
have a debate
So you think
here.
that flat Earth exists? I'm
No,
just say
I
yes or no.
don't.
Okay. Okay. These are yes
Can
or
we get
no's.
back
These
to
are
the
very
topic?
simple. 6,000-year-old Earth.
I don't need to jump through your hoops here.
Because
Can we
just
talk
I
about
need to see
adjuvants?
with scientific consensus where we can agree on scientific consensus. I need to make sure that we have some ground floors that we can talk on. Like,
Okay, how about this? Do you
gravity.
think that
Do you think that
mercury
gravity
is
exists?
neurotoxic?
A lot of it's
Do you
being
think that
taken
mercury
from-
is neurotoxic?
It's being taken out of vaccines. Do you think that gravity
Do you think
exists?
that's a good thing? Do you think it's a good thing that mercury is being taken out of vaccines?
Well, if it's bad, then why would we want it to keep it?
That's
So-
a good question.
Okay, so gravity.
So,
So
and
does gravity exist?
guess who got mercury taken out of vaccines? Not all vaccines. It's still in the flu vaccine and other adult vaccines. It was taken out of childhood vaccines, and guess who did that? And you say it's a good thing.
I don't know. RFK.
RFK Jr.
Wow. What a hero. Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah, he is.
He's incredible.
Do you know why?
He's so good.
Let's,
He's so good. Gravity. Do
let's
you
talk-
agree with gravity? Do you think
Let's
gravity
talk
exists?
about how mercury.
Do you think that gravity
binds
exists?
to? Let's talk about how
I
mercury
guarantee you,
binds
if I look that
to
up,
the
it's not going to be.
magnesium.
I don't think that it's going to be a mercury. That it's going to be.
Can we
RFK is
talk
gonna be
about how-
a single time? Do you think gravity exists?
Can we talk about how mercury binds
Mercury,
to magnesium receptor
vaccine,
sites?
Adjuvant.
Magnesium is responsible for 270 some processes in the body. It's basic
It's
to our
not-
body
it's-
function.
It is. It's
and
not
mercury
at that level. It's not-
binds
no,
to
it's not at-
magnesium receptor
It's
sites.
not at these levels that you're talking about. You don't understand. It's like you realize that
And
like
you don't
that
think
water.
over the
Do you think that
There-
water
there
can actually
is-
be toxic to you? Do you know that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank
Okay,
you.
so do you
And
think that
did
every
you
single
know-
like water bottle should have like a warning label?
Did you know that
Because it's
according
tested?
to our own
Do you think that-
government agencies,
do you
there
think
is
that evolution
zero
exists?
safe level for mercury
Do you think that
to the
evolution
brain?
is real?
Yes, I do.
Okay, dinosaurs.
Can we get back to the topic?
Just 5 more questions.
Are you trying to evade the
Dinosaurs?
topic?
Dinosaurs?
Are
Do
you not able to have this debate?
Do you think that dinosaurs are real?
You're just being like really childish right now.
Do you think that dinosaurs
Can
are
we
real?
go back to the topic?
I will. I
It
promise.
seems
I
like
just
you're
want
afraid to debate the science.
I'm literally going to talk to you like until you leave and you rage out of here. Dinosaurs are real. Are they?
I'm
Are
just gonna
dinosaurs
wait
real?
till you're ready to have a real discussion here.
Okay. So you're stumped on dinosaurs being real. That's fine.
Yeah, I think dinosaurs are real. Like, how many of your dumb hoops?
Okay, I have 5
do you
more.
need me
I
to
have 5
jump
more.
through?
Okay, vaccines are safer than the disease that they cause.
It depends on the disease.
Okay,
So
so
let's
which
talk about
vaccines are
COVID
safe?
and
Which
children.
vaccines are safe? Which
The
vaccines are
COVID
safe?
vaccine should have never been
Which vaccines
administered
are
to
safe?
children.
I want
They
to
were
give you
not at
no,
risk
no,
for
I'm going to
it,
give you
and it has hurt far more children
Okay, I'm going to give
than
you
it has
30
helped.
seconds to give you the
It
most
was
pro-vaccine message that you can. Go ahead. What are the
Wait,
vaccines
are you
that
going to
think
cut me off or something?
what are the vaccines that you think are safe? I want you to sit here and I want you to be a hero for them. Go ahead.
Wait, are you saying 30 seconds because you're going to cut me off or something? Is it okay? Whatever.
Okay, well,
Are you going to answer my
you're
question?
You're pro some vaccines, so I just want to give you the opportunity to say, "Hey, you're pro vaccine. Like, let's hear it. Which vaccines are you pro? This is it."
It's not like that. I would say
Okay, so you're
whether a
anti-vaccine.
person
You're
should.
all vaccines.
Are you going to let
then.
me answer the question?
You said it's not like
Are you
that.
going to let me answer the question?
Go.
Okay, so I think whether a person gets a vaccine or not should be a risk assessment.
Okay, so
that
you're anti-vaccines.
depends on that
you're
individual.
anti-vaccines. You're anti the vaccine. So you're saying that they're not safe.
No,
Which ones are
that's
safe
not
then?
what I said.
Which ones are safe?
It's
Which
a
ones are
question
safe?
of relative safety.
Okay, which
For
ones are
instance,
safe?
children should not have been given the COVID vaccine because
Okay.
they were not at high risk
Okay.
because of COVID.
Okay. What's next?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay. Do
Like,
I need to go
if-
down the vaccine list so that I can so I
If
can hear which
somebody
ones
is
you're
ex-
at?
all right, let me talk about this. So
Okay.
if someone is
Okay,
extremely
CDC,
old,
kids, vaccine list. We'll just go through the entire schedule and you can tell me whether or not it's okay for you to have or not. Is that what you want me to do? Because it sounds like you're against all vaccines and you're trying to be like, I'm not
No,
against
you're
all
try-
vaccines. I'm for safe vaccines. But coincidentally, no vaccine actually meets your requirements. Like, haha, you don't think that? Like, I've watched
that's
RFK.
not what I'm saying. I'm
I
saying
watched
it
all of his
depends on
stuff.
the individual.
You know, RFK's
it depends
campaign
on their
manager actually tried to
age.
get me cut out of grad school. You know that? He's come for me personally. Do you know that? Isn't that amazing? What a petty
It
little bitch
seems
that he
like
is.
you're-
Isn't it incredible?
Okay, so it
Do-
seems
do you
like
think
you're
that-
jumping all over the place
know.
because you're not able to have a through
He's so
line
mad.
of a
He's
serious
so mad.
conversation. You're
No,
just talking over
I'm
me
literally.
because you can't have a real conversation here.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, then let's have a real conversation. Let's stop jumping around and talking about dinosaurs and all the silly stuff that you're doing because
Well,
you're afraid to have a real debate here.
No, I'm not afraid at all, but I'm just saying that it sounds like you have created an artificially high level and of vaccines that are never going to be able to hit that level, and you are anti all vaccines that exist. And this is what
Okay,
RFK
so-
is. RFK is against all
No,
vaccines
you're-
that exist, but he's theoretically for vaccines, but they just haven't been developed yet. That's what his
Okay,
views
so
are.
let's talk
And
about the
you seem to-
childhood vaccine
and
schedule
you're just
and when
you're
they're
jumping around.
administered.
You can't. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I came to the discussion with a list of things I wanted to talk about
And I don't care about your list.
because you're afraid to talk about all of those
no,
things.
because I don't. Because
It sounds like it.
because I don't like. No, because I don't like you. I already know what you're gonna say, and it's like that's the whole point. Is that like I want to talk what I'm gonna talk about because that's the whole point of.
Because you don't want to hear, you don't want to have a real two-sided discussion because you're afraid people
because I
might
can
learn
hear
something
I can
that you
hear
don't
your
want
knuckles
them to
dragging
learn.
on the ground, and I don't want to have you actually parade me around like you do to all your RFK sycophants.
I don't know what you're even trying to say right now, but are any of these topics things that you're capable of debating? Are we able to
Well,
talk about
I just drug
the
you through the mud on
childhood?
lab leak. I mean, do you want to? Is that okay?
Yeah, let's keep going. So let's talk about.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not
Thank you.
scared.
Thank you for
Let's
for
talk about.
acknowledging that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, that wasn't what I was saying. I
Oh,
I was
okay.
agreeing to you dragging me around on a silly topic.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's talk
Yeah, because
about
you got
the
yeah. It's
childhood
okay.
vaccine schedule and when it's administered, if we want
Okay.
to talk about safety. So
Okay.
here is an issue that needs to be discussed.
Okay. So then,
If
what is the
you
bar? What it needs to be done? Like, what needs to be done? What do you think?
can
What do
I,
you? What can? Like, what's the next step?
okay, here's something that should be done. We take a lot of these childhood vaccines
Double
and we
blind placebo.
push them back 2 to 3 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We push them back 2 to 3 years to let children develop their immune systems more before they have to deal with an assault to their immune system. And one very important reason to do that is because right now, due to the use of antibiotics, people have less gut flora. And that sounds like, oh, who cares, whatever. But that's absolutely critical to immune function. And that's something that's handed down from moms to their babies through breastfeeding.
Wow.
And
I didn't know that.
most
That was
moms,
incredible. That's so good. I'm so
most
happy that you
moms,
can tell us about gut microbiomes. That's so nice. That
okay,
finally.
so thanks for being sarcastic. Most moms have pretty compromised microbiomes now, which means that children are not developing with as strong immune systems to be able to handle, 3 different immunizations at one doctor's visit when they're 3 months old.
You know,
Like, do you
all
get
these
that?
vaccine schedules have been tested and they've been proven to be okay. All your side
They have
effects,
not
yes,
been.
they have. The Denmark
No,
study
they haven't.
that your boy tried to get rescinded, he was so upset that it got published, and it was such a good study that he tried to get the journal to retract it. Of 20 years in Denmark, 1.2 million kids. They checked all your aluminum, your adjuvants, all your ingredients, everything, and they found no neurodivergence in anything. Doesn't that make you just so mad? It just makes you so mad. Your entire thing got just absolutely dumpstered.
Okay, because
Did you read that? Did you read that study?
I was
Did you read that
injured
study?
by
I
an
guarantee you.
MMR vaccine when
Okay.
I was a kid.
Okay, so
Like, I
you
could
haven't
share
read the
about that
study, so you don't know
experience.
exactly. So you're gonna take it to some personal thing, and it's like you're gonna try to cry bully all these other kids into not getting vaccines because of your personal thing. 4 million kids a year are actually saved because nobody should be listening to people like you, and you're actually a monster that's trying to kill people. That's what I actually
Okay,
believe.
so you just lost the debate because you're
Okay.
resorting to
No,
insults
because we're
instead of
talking
having a
about people
debate.
that are actually dying here, and you're okay with little kids dying, and that's what's actually so gross about people like you.
Okay, so
5 million people a
dude,
year
you're
are
ridiculous.
5 million people are saved by vaccines every year, 4 million of which are kids, and you specifically don't want those kids that are in the most vulnerable states of their life to have vaccines that could actually protect them, and you're okay with them dying. That's what's so sick. And you all tabbed out. It's okay. You tabbed out. But I can't. I know you can hear me, but you can't. I can't hear you.
Oh.
You're back. How's it going?
Okay, so can you take a deep breath so we can have a real discussion?
I'm just getting started.
Okay, because it's
Yeah, do you deny that
pretty
vaccines
tedious
actually
trying to have
do
a
you
conversation with you.
deny that vaccines save the lives of people every year?
I think many vaccines have saved many lives.
Okay, and you realize that
I think
that
I
pushing
think
the vaccine
original.
schedule forward by 5 years would kill and make
I
those
didn't say
kids
5
1 to 5
years.
years. So what would be the schedule
I didn't
then?
say 5 years.
What
I
would be the
said 2 to
schedule?
3 years.
Okay,
Some
do you
of,
have
some of the
studies?
vaccines
Do
should
you
be
have
pushed back
studies
2
of
to 3
those?
years.
Where's your double-blind studies of
I'm
those?
not sitting here like you
You don't
with
have
a
the
list of
studies.
studies in
You don't
front of
have.
me because I
I
didn't
know
come here to do
exactly
this tonight.
because you don't have the studies because they don't exist. And your boy RFK actually, this is what the ACIP they actually just got dumpstered today by people because they were trying to do this with the Hep B vaccine, and they were trying to say, oh, it's not we're the exact same nonsense that you're coming here that I'm not anti-vaccine, I'm just against I just want safe vaccines, and they didn't have a single study.
you
They didn't have a
think
single study to show that the Hep B vaccine was unsafe for a newborn to get, and they're voting in order to push it out with no studies,
and you're
no
aware
science,
that
and
Hep
absolute nonsense.
that vaccine primarily is for an illness that affects IV drug users and prostitutes, and you think on the first day of birth,
You know,
a
who it
baby
actually
needs to have
happens is
this.
that a lot of crunchy granola moms that deny medical care and don't see their OBGYN aren't testing negative for it. And what it happens is it puts them in a window where kids that can actually have a chronic lifelong condition are susceptible to that. And you're okay with that.
so
You're
let's
okay
no,
with
no.
kids
How
with a
about
chronic life-term condition just because you guys don't understand how vaccines work. That's what's so gross about you.
as somebody who has actually studied epidemiology,
Okay.
like for you to say you don't okay, let's talk about how vaccines work. Let's talk about why COVID could have never been stopped
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't
by
do that.
vaccines.
I wouldn't want to keep it on Hep B either. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, you can go on to that one too.
Okay,
Whatever
let's
you
talk
want.
about that.
Whatever you want.
So,
Yeah, I can dumpster
This is
you
what
wherever
I
you
was
want.
trying to talk about at the very beginning is there has never been an active pandemic or epidemic that has been stopped by vaccines.
Do you know
Never.
what smallpox is?
It was not stopped during an active epidemic or pandemic.
Are you out of your mind?
Do you know
Are
why?
you out of your mind?
Do you
The smallpox
know
was
why it
eradicated
does
from
not
the world
work?
by vaccines, not by your green
That's
tea
not-
bullshit. I'm sorry.
That's not
I'm
what I
sorry
said.
your $100 a month
You don't seem to
like
understand what I'm
granola
saying.
subscription isn't going to cure me of smallpox, but vaccines did.
Okay, you don't understand the nuance of what I'm saying.
Because you don't
So
have any
there has
science, or
never
you don't
been
have
an
any studies, or you
active-
have nothing what you're talking about.
There has never been an active pandemic that has been stopped by a vaccine campaign. The reason for that is because an active pandemic rapidly mutates around whatever the signature of the vaccine is.
Okay.
It will alter its signature. That's why we had all these different COVID variants, because the spike protein kept mutating around it. And it's the same thing as what happens with antibiotics. If you overuse antibiotics, it just causes the organism to mutate around it.
No.
And
No.
you
No,
cannot
that's not true.
develop
No, it's not
for
true.
something. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Do you know
Again,
anything about biology?
Do you know what somatic
anything about
hypermutation
biology?
is? What's somatic hypermutation?
Do you
What's
know,
somatic hypermutation?
Do you think
What is
that,
somatic hypermutation?
do you
Somatic
think
hypermutation is the fact that it's single nucleotide changes within these viruses can be caught within with the same antibody. Your body evolved, which I don't believe that you believe in evolution, but evolved in a world where viruses have mutations. They wasn't evolved in a world that, just like you were saying, had pandemics where you had global recombinations of viral sequences that are so divergent from one another. So that's why antibodies from these vaccines are so good, and especially when we have a RNA-based technology that we can rapidly change the sequence of to create new
But that's
vaccines.
the problem.
That's
do
why
do
it's
you know
good.
how many months it takes to change
11 days. It takes
no,
11
no, no.
days.
That's not what I'm saying.
It takes
will
11
you please
days.
not interrupt?
It takes
That's not.
yes, it takes from
Please
11
stop
days
interrupting.
from sequencing.
Do you know how many months it takes to put out a new vaccine to the public?
11
From the
days.
time
11
No,
days.
no, no.
I knew exactly what
Oh,
you're
to
going to say.
manufacture
Yes,
and
that's the
produce
whole,
to the public
yes,
and
that's
push
the
it
whole
out?
yes, that's the
No, it
whole reason.
doesn't.
Yes, that's the whole reason why the RNA
It takes
technology was
months
so
and
good.
months and months.
No, it doesn't. You don't even understand what's the process to make an RNA vaccine?
Do you?
What's
I'm
the
not talking
process?
about manufacturing it in a lab. I'm talking
that's
about
what we're talking about,
manufacturing it-
changing the sequence
no.
of the
I'm
yes.
talking about how long it takes to manufacture it industrially.
Yes,
and
that's
get
what I'm
that out
talking
to
about.
the public.
11 days.
It takes
yes.
months
No.
upon.
No.
Dude, you don't even.
That's the whole point. Welcome
does
to
not take
welcome to the
11
breakthrough
days to
of
produce-
RNA vaccine technology. Exactly. Well, you don't even understand.
You're saying it takes 11 days
yes.
to produce
Isn't that
billions
amazing?
of doses.
It's incredible. Yes.
You're
Yes.
completely lying out your ass.
Okay.
You have no
Oh.
clue what
Oh,
you're
okay.
talking about.
Okay. What's the process then? Explain it to me.
So why do we have? Why do we still have
What?
ongoing issues with the COVID vaccines
Can you?
not
How about you explain
working?
it to me? I've been doing molecular biology for 16 years. Please explain to me how you make an RNA vaccine.
I'm not talking about
Okay, so you have
what
no idea
happens
what
in
you're
the
talking
lab.
about, and I'm telling you,
I'm
well, that's what
talking
we're
about
talking
the time
about,
it
and that is
takes
what we're talking
to
about.
produce it
Yes, that is
industrially
exactly,
and
and
get
that's
it
my whole
out to the
point. It's so
public.
easy in
It
order
does
to
not
do.
take
Yes,
11 days.
it does. That's the whole point, and that's what Pfizer did such a good job at, and that's why they're so good. Yes, this is what they actually
Dude, you're
did.
completely lying. So then
Oh,
why
okay, shit.
why did so many people okay, why did they tell us if you got the vaccine you won't get COVID, and then they completely threw that out the window when everybody
Who are
figured
you
out it
talking to?
didn't stop COVID?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking about people who live in the real world.
Are you okay?
Like how many
Are
what
you
percentage of
okay?
people do you think still get
Dude,
COVID
are
vaccines?
you a kangaroo? Because you've been hopping around all over the place. Are you all right?
You're resorting to insults because you're losing the debate.
Are we going to talk about the manufacturer of the the vaccine? Do you have any idea what's going on? Do you want to learn?
You're being insulting and condescending because you're having a hard time with this
You're telling
debate.
me that I'm a liar when I'm telling you I can tell you the exact processes. So first, you order the sequence from IDT, which makes like maybe 12 hours. It's incredible. And then you can actually like clone them in, probably Golden Gate them in because it's readily available. You put it right into the vector. This takes maybe a day. So now we're talking about 16 hours maybe. And then the next day, so we're now then you can basically do in vitro transcription off of that vector now, and that vector, guess what? You do in vitro transcription off of that vector, and that's the RNA that goes into your lipid nanoparticle. You encapsulate those those RNA nucleotides with these with the lipid nanoparticles, and boom, you've got your vaccine already. It's incredible.
So then,
it is absolutely
why did
incredible.
so many people give up on getting the COVID vaccine because it wasn't working?
Because knuckledraggers
They were
like you
still
said that
getting
it wasn't
COVID.
effective.
No, they were still getting COVID. That's just a
Yes,
fact.
yes.
And they stopped even trying to tell the public that it would prevent COVID because it wasn't working.
No.
Because
Yes,
it was
because
evolving
a
faster than they could push out
vaccine-
new vaccines.
A vaccine is not going to prevent a viral particle from landing on your nose. That's not
I'm
what
aware of
vaccines
that.
do. Yes. So it's going to decrease your viral load, and it's going to decrease the amount that you transmit to another person, but it's not going to stop it entirely. If you get a big viral
So-
load or an outbreak case, it's going to be
Okay,
able
so
to go beyond your antibody rate.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about something really important. So if you look at the populations who were most at risk of dying from COVID, it was people who were obese, people who were elderly, and people with dark skin. And you know what all those people have in common?
People that you think that you want to cull from the society and you don't want to protect them.
Okay, you're being insulting because you can't have a real
you don't agree with
discussion.
vaccines, and those are the people that are
Are
most
you
susceptible.
aware
So
what
that
those people have in
that's what you're.
common?
I don't know. You're saying that they're okay to die. So
No, what they have in common is that they all have extremely chronically low levels of vitamin
okay.
D.
Because I was going to say
whether it's
you
because
like
of their skin
eugenics.
color,
I think that you
their
like
age,
eugenics and you don't
or
like them.
obesity.
So you wanted to push that. So I think that you like
Okay, so
eugenics and
you're
that you're
being-
okay to pull them from the population.
What
That's
you're
what I
telling
think.
me right now is you can't have a real debate.
Okay.
And you're afraid you're losing the debate, so you're resorting to insults.
I think you've been coddled too much.
You've used that insult with other people many times tonight.
I know. You guys have
You're
been,
not-
and that's my.
You're trying to
That's my whole thing.
talk
That's my whole
over
thing.
an insult because I'm making very good points and you
I don't
can't
think so.
handle it.
Yeah.
So why wasn't there a public campaign to get the public to increase their vitamin D levels? You look at some of the countries that had the lowest death rates from COVID, and there were people in Nordic countries where everyone takes vitamin D all the time. It's just a part of their lifestyle there. Why didn't we do a campaign for that? Why didn't public health make that a priority?
You can increase their natural like immune system rates, and you can make sure that their nutrition is good and all that kind of stuff. I totally.
Why
okay,
didn't we do
yeah,
that?
I'm
Why
I'm
was
for
there
that.
zero?
I'm for
Not
that.
only
Okay,
did we-
but guess what? That's
not
not really
only did
during
we
the
do
time.
that-
We have a morbidly obese population, and 60% are morbidly obese, and it was a disease that impacted them. And yeah, that's probably not a good time in order to
Yeah,
be like,
and-
hey, you guys shouldn't have been fat this entire time.
No,
Like,
that's
what are
not what
you
I'm saying.
talking?
I'm
That's exactly
saying
what you're saying.
you could tell those people you need to dramatically increase your vitamin D
That's
supplementation
that's going to
levels.
do anything
And
versus a
that,
vaccine? Are you out of your mind? You
yes,
think
it
that's
will.
you wait,
You
you
need
think
to look at,
vitamin D in the middle of pandemic, you think vitamin D was the solution and not a vaccine?
I didn't say the solution. It would have saved
How many
countless
lives?
lives.
Countless. Wow, countless. Interesting. So RFK, your
Do you,
boy,
so
thinks
so are you
that
denying that there was anything in
countless.
common
That's
between
incredible.
the groups that had the highest death rates of COVID?
What? I mean, what? But
Do you
everyone
think
has
it was
vitamin
just a
D deficiency. Like
coincidence?
everyone does. Like, what are you
No,
talking about?
there are different levels of vitamin D deficiency. People with dark skin don't absorb vitamin D through sunlight as well. Elderly people don't metabolize it as well. People who are obese, they store all their vitamin D in their fat cells, and so they're not able to utilize it. If you had a public campaign to let people know you need to dramatically increase your vitamin D levels, we could have completely squashed the level that people were dying of COVID, but we chose not to do that. We chose to completely only push the vaccine concept to the detriment of everything else. And not only that, there was a media campaign to ridicule people who said to increase vitamin D levels to lower your risk from
Because it's the same
COVID.
with. I'm sure you're a huge ivermectin fan too, huh?
If you want to talk about, do you know anything about the mechanisms of ivermectin?
Oh my gosh, unbelievable! It's just crazy. It's just
Do
so
you know
wild
how
easy it
ivermectin
is to
works?
like understand.
Okay,
like
let's
all
talk
the
about intracellular zinc.
unbelievable.
Ivermectin helps transport zinc into the cells,
kind of like how
and
you're.
zinc
I'm
deactivates
against zinc. That's a big word.
the
I don't know.
enzyme
I'm
that viruses
I'm
need
anti-zinc.
to replicate.
Kind of how like you're anti-mercury. I'm anti-zinc in the
You
cells.
keep
I think.
trying
Do
to
you
talk
understand
over me
how
because you're afraid
schedule? Dude,
that I'm
there's
educating
no.
people and you can't handle it.
No, there's no studies that correlate with anything that what you're saying. If you had any science in order to link to, you would, but you don't.
You mean like my neuropsychology degree? Like
That's
my
not a
public
study.
policy degree? Like my
Doesn't mean anything.
epidemiology
That doesn't
study?
mean anything.
Okay.
We're talking about studies. We're talking about things that you can prove
There
scientifically.
were studies all over the world
There was none that
about
proved
ivermectin
none of them
and
were
COVID.
none of it.
You're
Zero.
absolutely lying.
Zero. And actually, people
You're
like you wound up
absolutely
people
lying.
in
And
hospital because people ate so much horse paste. They literally went to the hospital because of it. So you actually hurt people.
Man, do you know the mechanism through which ivermectin works? Do you know anything about intracellular zinc and deactivating the enzyme that viruses use to replicate? If you can get zinc into the cell, it will shut down the enzyme that viruses use to replicate. Do you know which president stockpiled hydroxychloroquine as in case there was it was Obama.
You know when Trump
stockpiled
yeah, that's fine.
hydroxychloroquine
That's great.
in case
you don't just
there was
not everything is the
SARS
same thing. It's
virus
you realize
because
when
they
Trump
knew it was very effective.
You know when Trump had COVID and he was dying and he none of his doctors actually used hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. They pumped him full of polyclonal antibodies in order to try to save his life. Like even your own boy, they didn't listen to him at all. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to quacks like you. They said no way.
Okay, well, let's talk about Lyme disease. Like I went through an illness called Bartonella. Are you laughing? Are you a Lyme disease denier?
I don't believe in Lyme disease. No, I don't.
You don't believe in Lyme
No,
disease?
I don't believe it.
Are you actually being serious right now?
No, I don't think Lyme has ever been. I'm more of a lemon theory fan, so I don't think that Lyme has ever been shown.
Okay, so you can't have a serious discussion.
I don't think it's ever been shown to be real.
Do you know what Bartonella is?
Martinelli's is absolutely
No, Bartonella.
real. I think that it's absolutely no. I'm a big Martinelli's fan, actually.
Okay, you can't have a serious discussion. You're losing the discussion, so you're trying to like be insulting and make jokes because you can't have this debate. You're losing.
For sure. You're so smart and you're so good. You've popcorned and Rube Goldberg machined your way through like a Mr. Magoo skit trying to link your
You're
anti-vax
insulting.
like
Let's do the
talking
insulting
points in
some
order
more
to
because you
actually
can't have a real
make any
debate.
sense. Okay.
Yep, you can't have a real debate. You're proving
Okay.
that to everybody right
You're
now.
so smart. You're so smart.
Being sarcastic. Okay,
Okay.
sarcastic is a debate skill. Good job. You
You're
really got
talking.
that down.
You're talking.
What topic related to vaccines are you ready to talk about next?
Why do I have to like sit here and talk to you about anything and everything that you like are going through and rambling through? Like you have no studies, you haven't proven anything. Like you're just drunkenly like moving
I didn't
through
come
things like
to TikTok tonight like you did to have this debate. I don't have a bunch of stuff in front of me to list off, oh, so and so et al. Da da da, you know,
because you don't have any
1908
expertise
said
in
blah
it.
blah blah. Yeah, my neuropsychology degree, I don't know anything about how things like mercury affect the brain. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
You know, and that's another issue. When you're talking about vaccine safety studies, you can't measure for long-term risks. You can't measure for things like cancer.
Yes, we do.
You
Because
can't
we know
measure
the
for things like
long-term impacts. We
Alzheimer's.
know the long-term impacts of the disease. So yes, you absolutely
There were
can.
there were
Yes.
no long-term safety studies for the COVID vaccine.
Because if you
And
want a
yet they
20-year
chose to give that
study,
to
you're gonna need a
kids
20-year
who
study,
were at
dude.
almost no risk for it.
Yes, they
Why do you
did.
think they gave it to
Yes, they
kids who are at
did.
almost no risk for COVID?
Yes, they did.
Do you think that was a responsible decision?
Again, you're a eugenicist. You agree that these kids that
You're
have a genetic
resorting to
no,
insults because you're not able to have a good debate.
okay. Like you're
Do you
like,
think it was a
you realize
wise
I've had
decision?
moms in here like in that had kids with a genetic predisposition that if they kid got COVID, they would actually probably die, but you're okay with that mom telling her son being like, "Hey, you know, like some people just, you know, it is what it is." So you're okay with that person dying.
No, if that
That's the thing
person,
is.
if they do a risk assessment and they decide that
And
that
you're okay with that
person
person's okay to
is
die.
better off getting the vaccine, they should absolutely get the vaccine.
No, but no, you don't understand how vaccines work. The people around
Yes,
them
I
need
do.
to have,
I
get the vaccines.
definitely
No,
do.
you definitely do not. The vaccine
No, you
needs
definitely
to be
don't.
done.
If you think
Okay.
that the COVID pandemic could have been stopped, an active pandemic with a vaccine, then you don't
Yeah.
understand how vaccines
Oh,
work.
okay. Okay. Yeah, you got it. That's for sure.
Do you think tell me this. Do you think it was a responsible decision for babies and children to be given the COVID vaccine
Yes.
when they were at almost no risk for it? I'm not
Yes.
talking about high risk
Yes.
people.
All of
I'm
them.
talking about
Yes.
healthy kids.
All of them. Yes.
So you think that was responsible, even
Yes.
though there had been, it turns out, tons of them got myocarditis.
No.
Why do we have
What was the
kids dropping
myocarditis?
dead on
What-
the soccer field?
What was the myocarditis rate of COVID-19?
Do you know why
Do you know what the myocarditis rate
COVID
is?
causes myocarditis?
What is the myocarditis rate?
Because the spike protein is damaging to the heart.
Okay.
So,
what is the
therefore, if
myocarditis
you
rate?
can avoid exposure to the spike protein, you're better off.
Okay, so then
Therefore,
how much
don't give an injection
how many-
of spike protein and tell people's bodies to produce spike protein when they're at almost no risk of the virus. Do you understand that? Like, they do actual
Yes.
risk
How many more?
assessments.
So what do you think? Do you think you get more spike protein with the RNA vaccine or with an active SARS-CoV-2 infection?
We already heard you talk about this
What is
tonight.
it? What is
And
it?
that's
What is it?
okay. So
Say
then
it.
why do we have kids dropping dead on soccer fields from heart attacks in teenagers? That's not normal.
You don't think that's
It's
ever
not
happened? You don't think
normal
we've
for
ever
kids
had a
to be
kid have
having
it?
strokes.
So again, you just
It's
you by the way, you
normal.
heard me say the myocarditis thing and debunk it, and then you just came up here and tried to use it
You
again
did not
against
debunk
me.
it.
Yes, I did. You by the way, you just you why'd you say that then?
If it was a difference, so then why do we have vaccinated kids dropping dead on soccer fields And we
Because
don't have
normal kids that are
unvaccinated kids dropping
unvaccinated
dead.
kids used to happen all the time before vaccines too.
No,
Before SARS-CoV-2.
no, dude.
No kids
You're
died.
totally
No kids
gaslighting.
died. No kids
Of
died.
heart attacks, of strokes.
Yes.
We have world-class athletes falling dead on yes, all over Europe. They have body counts of extremely
gross. You're
peak
so gross.
performance athletes
How many
dropping
people
dead
died from COVID?
on
How many
soccer
people died from
fields.
COVID?
You already said it was about 1 million.
1.2. Do you agree with that? Do you think that that's real?
I definitely think it's real.
Okay. So then what would you have done if it was 10 million? Do you think that we should have gotten more vaccines then?
If it was 10 million,
Yeah.
and let's say I was part of a public health campaign, I would make sure everyone in my country knew that if you have low vitamin D, you're amongst the highest risk of dying of COVID. And I would make sure everyone in the country upped their vitamin D levels.
That's wow.
So that you
So
completely
strong. You're the leader that we
squash
needed.
that risk.
Damn, I can't believe you're the leader that we needed at that
Why,
time.
why do you think kids
Damn.
who are at almost zero
That's
risk
incredible.
of dying of COVID, like how many kids died of COVID?
Like what is the well, I think Rand Paul said 183 or something kids. Which is like nothing.
I'll take your word for that. Yeah, so almost no kids died of
Okay.
COVID. So why did they need to be vaccinated with something that had no long-term safety studies?
Because they're
That was an
safe for
extremely
them to
dangerous.
do. It's safe for
No,
them
it
to
wasn't.
do. Yes, it is.
You
It's-
don't know
it's
that
6
when you've never
billion
done
dosage.
long-term safety studies.
Because we don't have 20 years data on something that hasn't existed for 20 years. Why is that?
That would make sense
Yeah.
if kids were dropping dead at a rate of 20% if they got COVID. But no, they almost never ever had
do you know what the
real
death rate
risk
of the
COVID.
kids? Do you know what the death rate what do you what? The whole point of them. How many kids died
Dude.
from the vaccine?
The-
Link
You
me a
should
single
look-
source
do you
of a kid
believe
dying
in
from
the
the
VAERS
vaccine.
system?
Give me a single
Do you believe in
link.
the VAERS system?
Give me a source. Give me it. Source.
Do,
Give me a source.
do you believe in the VAERS system?
I mean, I know that it exists and it's hosted by the CDC.
You can
we
you
just
can
went
look
through.
up
I just went through
numbers
over a year,
of vaccine
over an hour.
injuries and deaths with
So
the
you
VAERS system.
you just take in all the VAERS, the unsubstantiated VAERS reports, then you just believe them. No
So,
critical thinking whatsoever.
Are you aware that VAERS is part of our government system for reporting vaccine injuries?
Oh no, I didn't.
It's not like
Wow.
some quack
Really?
agency.
Wow.
It's an actual
Wow.
government program.
So that Fauci put out. So you agree with Fauci there that you like Fauci putting it out?
Fauci didn't put out VAERS.
Yeah, he did. What are you talking about? It's the
didn't invent
CDC's own stuff.
VAERS.
It's the CDC's own thing. So you love the Fauci now. Is that okay?
Fauci has not been
Big
running
fan?
the CDC
You're a big
since the
fan?
beginning of time.
Well, VAERS was running when Fauci was the head of it, and that was his system.
Okay,
so
so then you.
I don't
But didn't
like
you just
Fauci.
say?
I'm not a big Fauci fan, so I don't want to
Didn't
like.
you just say
I don't,
you didn't
I don't
believe
trust
in
his.
VAERS?
I don't trust his. VAERS system.
You just told me you didn't believe in VAERS.
I don't believe. I don't believe. I'm a false VAERS.
But you like
Yeah.
Fauci.
I'm a flat VAERS.
But you
kinda
don't
guy.
believe the VAERS thing that he was
Yeah, I'm
doing.
a flat VAERS guy.
Okay, because if you look at VAERS and then you look at the damage to kids who didn't get COVID vaccines, you would understand it was a lot greater risk for a kid to get a COVID vaccine than to not get one. It was an extremely irresponsible
what is-
decision to tell kids they had to be vaccinated for it.
So you think that all the data in VAERS is verified?
Do you think all the data so tell me this, like, why are vaccine companies stealing data for 75 years?
How many
Why
sexes
would they
do you think that there
refuse
are?
to release
How many sexes do you
why
think
would
that
they
there are?
refuse to release information to the public about the safety studies? And when they did, there were a whole bunch of countries who jumped on them for misleading studies.
So okay. So just to let you know, I have VAERS data open, by the way. So just sexes, male, female, and unknown. Are those like trans kids?
So it
What do
sounds
you
like you're
think?
changing the
What do you
topic
think?
because
I'm
you're
opening up VAERS.
getting
We're
scared
looking,
you're losing
we're
the
looking at
debate.
the actual mortality of these people And I'm just saying, I'm opening up the stuff, and I'm just saying, do you think that like something as basic as like the sex of the child being unknown, like isn't that wild? Is that like
What's this have to
concerning
do
you?
with the conversation we're trying to have?
I'm opening up open VAERS and I'm looking at the mortality rate that you're talking about, and we're literally going through the data right now. Are you okay?
So you think that the VAERS system, which was under Fauci, like, you think it shouldn't have been there?
I'm literally going through the data that you're talking about, lady. I'm literally
Do
going through
you
it right
support
now.
VAERS or do you not support VAERS?
I think that it's a repository of information that's incomplete, a lot of it. And
Okay,
we just
fair
went through a paper over an hour ago, like for over an hour, and like actually read it. And you can't just take all VAERS data carte blanche. You have to go and
Yeah,
pull
I
through.
would agree with that. I would agree with that. And there are also tons of people who had injuries or who had events happen right after getting vaccinated, and their doctors refused to report it to VAERS. It's actually very difficult to get something to report it to VAERS.
No, it's
and so
not.
VAERS is probably extremely underreported.
No, it's not. Oh my god, dude. You're a VAERS denier too?
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, exactly. Why
You
did you
just
bring it
told
up?
wait.
Why did you
Wait,
bring
wait,
it up
wait.
if you
You
thought that
just
this
told
was such a
me
good thing?
You just told me that you thought that VAERS data was not necessarily going to be 100% accurate or
Yeah.
reflective of events in the world.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you have to
Correct?
corroborate it with an actual event,
Yeah,
and then you
I
have
would
to go
agree.
through. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and there are many doctors who do not want to report VAERS incidents. There are many
No, they're not. That's ridiculous.
doctors who will
that-
deny that an event had anything to do with the vaccine that they administered. They don't want to be responsible.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
They do not want to, whether it's personally, morally, or feeling responsible, if they told a parent, your kid should get this COVID vaccine, and then their kid wound up dropping dead on a soccer field a month later.
Okay. Yeah,
Do you,
just
I mean,
nonsense.
does that make
just
sense
nonsense.
to you?
No, day at all.
Okay,
day
you're
at all.
in
2021.
denial.
Okay.
You're in denial about a
gotta-
very dangerous and irresponsible decision that the CDC pushed.
I'm sorry. You got
that
you
should
got a
never have
violation.
been done.
I'm sorry, guys. It's not me. It's someone reported you. So I'm sorry. You can come back tomorrow. Genuinely, you can come back. It's so. I'm sorry. Someone reported you, so I have to remove you. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, there's VAERS data that went through. Reporting rates of the deaths events were lower than the all-cause death rates expected in the general population. Trends in reporting rates reflected known trends in background death rates. These findings do not suggest an association between vaccination and increased overall mortality. So that's what it is. You can come back tomorrow, though. Guys, don't report our guests, guys. Don't do that. Genuinely, guys. Come on, man. Yeah. It impacts me. Like, why are you guys doing that? What are you doing? Crazy, dude. All right. All right. Fucking 2 o'clock. Y'all killing me, dude. All right, guys. Okay. All right. I don't know who was on more. We're gonna. I know. I'm at 5 hours right now. Oh, no way. Thanks for your education. Hubby and both got our vaccines. Beauty and the Beast. Let's go. Did you guys get 2? Did you get 2? Beauty and the Beast. Did you get 2? All right, we're going to go 2. Guys, we have a quick vaccine party. Hey, both flu and COVID. Oh, that's 4. Let's go. Guys, that's huge. Hey, put your V's in chat. Anyone that's gotten vaccinated today or this week, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I got vaccinated, flu and COVID. Nice. That's another one. Another 2. I was here. Thank you so much. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Let's go. Got my flu this week. Nicole, you're awesome. Thank you. Every single shot, every single time. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Dude, your flu, Dr. Alekis. Dude, we're global, baby. Your flu, Dr. Alex, you got 241. We're global, baby. We got herd immunity. Nice. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Flu and COVID yesterday. Brenda, let's go. 3, 2, 1 for Brenda. Everyone, nice. Oh my God, strawberry cherry? Are you serious? 1, 2, 3. Strawberry cherry being a good parent, guys. Remember, good parents vaccinate their children. 3, 2, 1. Nice, dude. I just got my annual cough. Got another one. 247. Let's go. Nice. Guys, amazing, guys. I freaking love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much. This is incredible. Thank you for being here. Thank you for getting vaccinated. Thanks for looking out for yourselves and the other people around you. I appreciate it. We love people who get vaccinated in this community. You come get vaccinated. We support you because we love you and support you. Thank you for what you're doing. Oh, thank you. Oh, Pneumovax. Oh, let's go. That's 248, baby. 248. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Thanks, dude. Let's go, guys. Oh, thank you, guys. You're awesome. I vaccinated my dogs. You're awesome. Guys, dude, I think we actually hit the milestone too today. I think we did it. Oh, guys, we hit 9,000. Hit 9,200. We're going to get 10K soon, man. That's so wild, guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the support and everything. It's been so cool. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for the gifts. We're going to go through... Oh, did we get the HPV? Because I'm blue? Oh, let's do it. Here we go. For HPV 249. Thank you guys so much. Let's go. Linda, thank you, man. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Straw Cherry. Thank you for being here. Oh, Matthew, thanks for the HPV, Matthew. Good job. Nice. All right, guys, let's go real quick through the let's go oh, Cousin Blue? Oh, nice. Mrs. Dr. G administering flu shots, getting the community vaccinated. 250. Let's go. Okay. There are none, Seeker. There are none. All right, guys. Dude, this is incredible. Let's do all right, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do they're gonna do this real quick. We'll see. Hey, Riley, if she plays her cards right, maybe. All right. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for being a super fan. It's the #1 way that you can support the channel. Thank you guys so much. Top gifter, Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. Melanie, Person, Type Thing, Night Flyer, Cousin Blue, Kathleen, DN, Helen, Uncle Hippie. Thank you guys so much. Top Liker, Night Flyer, DN, Uncle Hippie, Tracy, Kathleen, Melanie, NB Kami, Person, Type Thing. Thank you guys so much. Hey, join the Discord, guys. If you join the Discord, it's cool and fun. It's a triangle. It's a triangle. The entire time, everyone was wrong. It's a triangle. Guys, my YouTube has an archive of everything. Okay, it has an archive of all the shows. You can watch it there. You can watch past shows, all that kind of stuff. My publications, show notes in the Discord, all that kind of stuff. It's been fun. Guys, thank you so much. I'm sorry to end it, but it's 2:00. I gotta go to my kids' baseball game. Thank you guys so much. Sorry guys for in the queue. I appreciate you for being in there. I'm not going to get into you tonight, but it's nice. I love that people want to request up. I appreciate you. It's been, oh my gosh, this is so crazy. I hate that. Thank you, Straw Cherry. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. You guys are so fun. This was a fun one. I appreciate you. Guys, we did it again. It's another one down. That's it. Oh, thank you, Efon. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Well, I guess that's it. We solved it. All the vaccines. Everyone's vaccinated now, guys. I think we wrap it there. We just wrap it, and I think we just cut the show. I think that was the last episode, and we just I don't think we're gonna do another one. I think everyone's vaccinated. Everyone's been dumpstered, and that's it. So I think all the work's been done. What? Charity, are you gonna be there? Okay, well if Charity's there, I'm gonna be there. Okay. All right, Charity, fine. I'll be there for Charity. That sounds good to me. I'll see you tomorrow for Charity, guys. Charity, J27, I'm there for you. Oh, and Helen's gonna be there. I'll be there for Helen. Okay. It's gonna be me and Helen and Charity. We're going, oh, it already went. We gotta go. It's over. It's done. We did it. See you tomorrow. See you. 9 p.m. Let's see it. 9 p.m. PST. See ya. Bye. That was actually pretty cool. All right, stop. See ya. Peace. Bye.